news, everyone!
There we go. That's weird. Wasn't muted. My microphone wasn't working. Anywho, welcome y'all. Welcome to the Office Hours. This is a live stream where, as you can see, obviously, a live stream where I take questions from the community and we just kind of discuss Star Citizen. We do this every week, Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. We're coming a little earlier than we normally do. But since you clicked the dang thumbnail, if you're watching this on YouTube, I'll give you the short answer. No. The long answer. No. But yes, but no. How y'all doing? Prepare for the drama. It's kind of silly, honestly. And if you're here because you're here to say to try to like start shit, or you're here to be like Star Citizen, CIG is evil, I hate them now, you don't have to be here anymore. We're not going to talk with you about that. I'm not here for people to express their frustrations at CIG. This is first and foremost entertainment, and it's something I do for fun. So I'm not here to be the whipping post for your problems with CIG. Go to Spectrum for that. That's their platform. That's where it is. I'm going to say this right now because I've seen a lot of people deciding that this is the last straw or was always the last straw, because a lot of them are always like this anyways. Oh yeah, no, man, I could literally make a margaritas for an entire army with the amount of salt that's in the Star Citizen community right now. I haven't seen Morph's video, but I from what I got from a couple people who quoted him as a way of saying that this is bad for Star Citizen, I disagree, but we'll talk about it. You can always grow most straw. Keep it off Spectrum 2, please. Let's get to it right away. You know, but actually, just before we get to the right away, I want to thank everyone here who's watching. Again, if you're watching this on YouTube, watch this on Twitch. It means a lot to me that you're here. Unlike CIG, I actually care about you. See, I'm going to make that joke because it's going to come back up later. And unlike CIG, I'll admit when I make mistakes. And you're not the reason why I'm delayed. See, I'm buttering you up because that way you won't get as angry when I say the things you won't like later.
Good news, everyone!
All right. We're very loud and a distraction. Yes, exactly.
Weapons free, y'all.
Hello, I like money.
Ironically, I just watched the refueling video on CIG. It looks really impressive gameplay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, we're going to go over the monthly report because that's also really impressive if you look at what they're working on. But I will say this at the very beginning. This is something that's mostly a meme, but I find it more and more true that this isn't exclusive to Star Citizen or to CIG or to Star Citizen fans, but to gamers in general, but like the internet in general. Y'all don't read. You don't like to read. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the entire like audiobook scene exists just because people would rather listen to a book being read to them than to actually read a book. I mean, that's obvious, but I mean, like, that the whole exists because of gamers, people who are like, I don't want to read books. And that's probably one of the weaknesses of CIG. Because a lot of information is out there, but almost none of it is in video. Or even in pretty pictures. And I can prove this, because the only reason I have a successful, like, lore channel for Star Citizen is because nobody wants to read CIG's lore. So I read it for them. So do you don't care? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Blue. How goes the universe? It goes. Perfect if you're dyslexic. That's true too. Second screen content, yeah. You don't like audiobooks. But let's go over the drama real quickly, and we'll get started by actually reading what's going on. So, the much delayed Roundup is here. The Roundup was released yesterday, and it was delayed from a week before because they wanted to try to get it right. So let's read it real quickly, and so we can go over it. Oh, and by the way, yes, I'm okay. It's cold as fuck, but obviously I have power. It's very cold in Texas right now. Like, there are 70,000 people without power in Texas. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see, like, no joke, a couple of days delay because CIG literally can't get to the office in Austin. It's fucking cold. It's -4 degrees Celsius, to give you a reference. It's 4 degrees below freezing in Texas. We don't have salt trucks in Texas. Got a question. Why are all the ships sales for the ships I want sales always coincide with me being broke as hell? I don't know. All right. Charles really slow. Oh, okay. All right. So let's read this word for word. Okay, and get through it. Probably stumble through it a little bit, but we'll read it word for word because it's a long bit of text, and so you can understand the context of everything. And then I'll say what it doesn't say, and I'll also say and what it does say, what it doesn't say, and also what CIG fucked up on, and it's not what you think. When we remade our public roadmap in 2020, our goal was to truly lift the veil on development and show the progress of our entire company, right down to all 50+ development teams, and each anonymized developer on each specific team, so you could see what deliverables we're working on currently and plan for the next 3 quarters for a full 12-month view on development. The progress tracker was the cornerstone of this initiative. With the introduction of this new view, we shared publicly a whopping 450+ features across 52 teams. Today, we have decided to double down on that commitment. Showing nearly everything wasn't our major goal. Another big objective was to use our new public roadmap to better educate our community about how incredibly fluid the game development really is, and to help you understand that features and content shifting around both forwards and backwards is a natural state of software development. That kind of fluidity should not be seen as good or bad. It's simply how development works. As shifting priorities, unforeseen blockers, unknown unknowns, unexpected technical hurdles, and the normal R&D impacts timeline and development schedules. When these inevitable shifts happen in the past, we were frequently apprehensive about how the community might take yet another delay. But when we unveiled the new public roadmap in December 2020, we decided we would no longer invest emotion and hesitation into our presentation of schedule changes, but rather move them dispassionately, and in order to assure the community that development didn't stop just because a feature got removed from a patch card. We pointed you all to the new progress tracker, so that you could see that the devs were still in fact working on said feature. Even if it's an unexpected delivery for a stated patch could no longer be committed to. This is why the progress tracker is meaningful. It doesn't focus on estimates, targets, or desires, but instead shines a bright light upon on the actuality of what it is. I'm going to pause here to kind of explain this to you. So, based off my understanding of CIG's development, they use a system of, I think it's Scrum, if it's technically, of sprints. And they use a series of, I think, 2-week sprints on specific items over the courses of like 3 or 4 sprints. Effectively about 3 months of sprinting on a certain topic, 3 to 6 months. So anyone who knows how sprints work, because they're usually to try to tackle one thing at a time and then slowly, it's like a slow process. You tackle, and it's like focus fire. You're focus firing a specific task to get that done, a deliverable, an objective. And then you reconvene, you discuss about what works, what didn't work, and you continue to do that. And you do that over and over and over and over again until you have what are pebbles into a castle, effectively. This has been a way that has been the software, not just games, have been developed for years now, probably a decade now. And the reality is what this is kind of pointing out is that no matter what they say, they don't really know what's beyond the turn. So whatever is beyond this current sprint is more of a guess. And if shit goes wrong during a sprint, or they realize they need to do something else to help complete what they need to do, then anything that they guess beyond that is gonna have to get changed. Natural form of how development works. Okay, that's effectively how that works. Now, you usually break a bigger task into small ones. Exactly. And sometimes those smaller tasks, you hit there and you go, oh, well, fuck, that wasn't there before. And you got to go back to the drawing board and take that other task, which seemed to be small, and break it up into smaller tasks and develop it around new teams. I got a little smush here. Hold on, I'm getting rid of that. So, always need more coffee. We need coffee because coffee makes you poo. You know? Future planning for hygiene gameplay. There we go. Got to bring it back. You're explaining Agile to Mel. Thank you. I didn't know if it was Scrum or Agile. But yeah, that's effectively what CIG uses. However, at the same time, we felt that while the focus should be on development progress, we also saw value in showing players what features and content they could look forward to down the line, and when they could get their hands on them. Thus, the release view remained. Instead of removing the release view, we opted to add new functionality where cards could be marked as tentatively planned or committed, and in trying to preserve the legacy and maintain the precedence of the old roadmap, we decided to hold to a 4-quarter out release view. In hindsight, after living with this new public roadmap for the past 6 quarters, we've come to realize this was a mistake. This is where everyone got angry. Hold on. It put too much attention on features that had high probability of shifting around. It has become abundantly clear to us that despite our best efforts to communicate the fluidity of development and how features are marked as tentative should sincerely not be relied upon, the general focus of many of our most passionate players has continued to lead them to interpret anything on the release view as a promise. We want to acknowledge that not all of you saw it this way. Many of you took the new focus on our words to heart and understood exactly what we tried to convey. But there still remains a very loud contingent of roadmap watchers who see projections as promises, and their continued noise every time we shift deliverables has become a distraction both internally at CIG and within our community, as well as to prospective Star Citizen fans watching from the sidelines at our open development communications. All right, so that's the thing that everyone's angry about. Now, I've heard the meme that this is that Star Citizen is being delayed because fans are distracting developers. That's not what it says. It's an interpretation. And, you know, you're hecking valid in your interpretation, buddy, but it's not what it says. If you read it, and you read it with the context of the first paragraph, which I know is difficult, because gamers don't like to read, effectively what it's saying is that they didn't like every time something slipped off the roadmap that people would cry about it. And it would often end up in news articles, and the community would throw a rage and shit fit about it, and it would go on and on and on to the point where Developers are people, y'all. Trust me, let me put it this way. I am a content creator on the internet. Just those words means I get lots of weird and unstable people, as well as people who are making weird comments or just threats. Lots of negative content comes my way. Now, that's not the majority of it. Hell no. It's like probably 1 out of 1,000 people who comment on my videos comes to start shit with me. Very few people do. But you remember the pieces of shit who wanted to fuck with you more than you remember the positive comments. It's just how the human psyche works. It takes a lot of practice to do so. The people who are making Star Citizen are engineers. They're not content creators. They usually make games behind the scenes, not in front of everybody. So I can see that this is being a distraction. But I think people latched onto that a little bit too much. Like, oh, CIG is blaming us for the delays. No, they're not. They're saying that they'd rather not have that problem in the future. You can dislike it, and it's kind of shitty. I get it, but and it was definitely ineloquent the way they said it. But it's CIG who sets the expectations. Exactly. That's the thing. CIG sets the expectations. And despite their best efforts to try to say shit's fluid. And trust me, I'm one of those people who took a look at something and said, oh, that's definitely coming out. And then it gets shifted and went, wow, what the fuck happened? Why is this moved? Trust me, I'm with you there. I get it. But CIG sets expectations, right? So let's continue to read to explain what they're doing. I'm getting to it, real. Hold on. I'm getting into it. I'm going to get to the rest of that here in a moment, okay? But we got to read this piece by piece, and I just wanted to explain to y'all, like, what that was saying. I'm going to explain... All right. Fuck it. We're just going to stop it because people can just try to run over each other anyways. I think CIG also should have said that they fucked up on their own expectations management. Because they did. They fuck up all the time on their expectations management. They cut shit way too late and then don't want to tell anybody because they're afraid of how things are going to happen. And CIG will move shit and be like, oh, well, maybe it'll show up. Like, fuck it. Like, if you notice that something's not going to come out, you just cut it from the fucking roadmap. People throw a shit fit anyways. CIG should have admitted that. Because they should have fucking admitted that. But they didn't. Because CIG has a problem of not admitting their faults. Hands down. It's not the first time CIG has done it. It won't be the fucking last time. And CIG should be held accountable for that. However, there's a difference between saying CIG, what the fuck, and CIG is saying that literally punched my puppy in the face. And the community seems to be reacting more like CIG personally insulted them rather than what being like, yo, CIG, why aren't you admitting that you fucked up on this? That's not what I said, and that's not what they said, Johnny. But, I mean, it's emotionally, that's the way it comes out. Like, let me continue reading. Rather than continuing to display the release projections that carry a high percentage of chance of moving, those multiple quarters out, we will no longer show any deliverables on the release view for any patches beyond the immediate one in the next quarter. Even though we've always added a caveat to the card, could move, we feel that it's better to just not put a deliverable on release view until we can truly commit to it. We're going to emphasize more strongly than ever that you should focus your attention on the progress tracker, which has been our continued goal going forward, starting in Alpha 3.18. We'll only add cards to the release view 1 quarter out. Our process remains the same for updating features, status cards, release view will be listed as tenanted until they pass their final review, in which they are marked as committed upon passing. This is no different than how things are handled today. That all it said. Let's get the updates for the week. Okay. I predict negative 30% sales this year due to the loss of hype because of this. Doesn't even matter if it's great, if it's right. The optics are bad either way. We'll see. If it is, then it is. But I don't think so. You read this more about we're hired. All right. Let's be real here. CIG has moved shit from the roadmap every single year. Big shit, small shit, doesn't matter. It gets moved. Do you think that having the roadmap 6 months out, where Jerry is set to go work on beet farming, all right? And he's supposed to work on beet farming in Q3. But Jerry gets pulled in Q2 to help QA a problem they're dealing with, the latest chip. And then he has to get work there. He kind of gets through it. They get through it. They fix it. And then he gets back to his normal duties. And now he only has 2 weeks to work on beet farming. That's how development works sometimes. Do you think you not knowing that beet farming was ever on the roadmap is going to affect your experience with the game? Do you think that CIG is now going to suddenly slow down in development because they don't have something a couple of patches out? But, like, honestly. Why not just redesign and have a list of things under TBD until they know what they can just have patch with only listing committed items rather than have lose the roadmap altogether. We're not losing the roadmap altogether, y'all. That's the thing. The progress tracker shows one patch out. You still have, or not the progress tracker, the release view. Progress tracker's still there. There's no dates, but clearly obtainable goals. That's what the progress tracker is. There's no dates, there's goals, there's sprints, there's what needs to be done. They do to make sure that the progress tracker is up to date, though. Yes. They do. And I hope to see that in the future. But I can't believe beets farming is the last straw. Some of us think it's more frustrating that they're putting things on the roadmap and then they're likely to slip. I think the change could be good. I think, so that's the thing. It's like, I think, let me put it this way. CIG is doing something that I would have never done. If I had a say in any of this, I would have removed the release view altogether. Because the release view sets bad expectations. Shit changes, and if you don't know what's going on there, there's no point in putting it on a release view. Because it's much better to go, hey, by the way, this is coming out now, and people going, oh shit. And that's the thing. Because of the nature of how they develop, anything beyond their current sprint is a guess. The closer it is to the sprint, the better the guess. And we can see that when things got delayed last year. For instance, the, what was it called? The medical and inventory system. It slipped, and everyone thought, like, I remember the discourse online was that everything was going to slip, it wasn't going to make it, blah, 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 blah. And what it ended up doing was in making it to the next patch, like they thought they did. They said shit happened, they had to spend some more time working on it and polishing it, and they did. Was it perfect? No, but it was released. CIG's gotten a lot better at that recently. Things don't just disappear from the roadmap and never seen again. It's just stuff leaves the roadmap and comes back the next patch. Yeah, exactly. Your parents telling you might get an Xbox for Christmas, setting expectations for the Xbox for Christmas. Exactly. So what CIG's doing is not telling you what you're getting for Christmas. They're just going to surprise you with a gift. Regardless of the changes, I don't agree with the wording CIG used for the excuses for the change. They very much think they could have worded and handled 100% true. CIG needs to up their PR game. The post clearly showed why. This could use more from issues down the road with the community. I doubt it. All right, let me show you another thing, yo. We'll get back to this in a moment. This is me being honest with you and upfront with you. I don't mean to insult anybody. All right? If you're very passionate about this, I get it. I understand. But this is the reality. This is a pretty famous this is a pretty famous image. It's kind of blurry, but you can see it. We'll see. We will see. But anger is a lot harder to hold long term. And if the game is getting completed and stuff's getting done and people are enjoying the game, if new events come out, so on and so forth, people forget. It's the reality. Now, I'm not saying that you won't personally or whatever. That's like... I get it. People have their own limits. People have their own times, which is fine. Look, the community is being upset. There must be a reason why. Obviously, there's a reason why. CIG eloquently told them that they were whining too loud, and they didn't like it. My 2 cents. CIG should need to say there are goals for 2002. Our top 10 priorities for this year. There's no promises. Well, yeah. I mean, like my suggestion for a fix would be simple: get rid of the fucking release view, or not really, but add short-term, medium, and long-term goals. That's not going to stop people from screaming. But if you said, these are the things we want to do this year, this is the stuff we might get at the end of the year, this is the stuff we might get in the middle of the year, and this is stuff we're getting now. When that shit switches around, and when one of those things just pops off the long term to disappear, people will still scream, but it gives you an idea of what they're shooting for. Hey, Cheryl, thanks for the Twitch Prime sub. There can come a tipping point. I agree. But to do another thing, because this is something I thought about a lot today. I've heard it before. I've heard it before. You get to see it happen. Hey, Sarge. Hi, long time, first time. Hey, how's it going? As an example, I'm a very unemotional person. I don't care about the things that they do. Yes, their wording could have been better, especially last time. But heck, people are too stupid to use the progress tracker, and it's their fault. That's another problem. Before we get into this, is that, like I said, gamers don't read. I've heard so many people say that they want something on Squadron 42. What's going on with Squadron 42? I want information on Squadron 42. Did y'all know there's a Squadron 42 monthly report every month? And it's not just a copy paste of the Star Citizen one. That's what I thought it was at first when I first saw it. It's just some actions they're the same game effectively, so some actions are going to be copied over, especially the engine stuff. But they're not. It's every month. If you want to know what's going on, it's there. Now, obviously, it's not a good indication of exactly what timetables are, but if you're asking for when questions, that's just not going to happen. That's not how CIG rolls. That's not how most video game companies roll. Do those gamers know about Amazon Prime? I mean, yeah, they should know about Amazon Prime. If you know Amazon Prime, then you have a free a Twitch Prime subscribe. You could give me for $5 your personal shill. 90 Days Dead Game, exactly. And again, a project manager should have better insight in delivery targets in any program software construction research. It's not a dev issue, clearly incompetent project management or C-suite or orders. But Paul, if it's not board gamer video, 5-minute noob video, how will I learn anything? How will I know anything about the lore if Paul Shelley doesn't whisper it in his dulcet tones into my ear as I go to sleep? I didn't actually mean that as a Twitch Prime's plug. Oh, God damn it. Thank you, Heron Hammertoe and Dante the Man for the Twitch Prime subs. Galactic ASMR. I think I'm going to name a ship Dulcet Tones. It's a good name. Do you think confusion is on how to read the progress tracker could be somewhat upset? I ask because zero understanding of how to read and understand sections. Yeah, that's a good question. I think that is, honestly. There's a lot of people, because the thing is that when people look at roadmaps, what they've been trained to do is look for what's on coming when. They want dates. And the problem about the progress tracker is it's not going to tell you dates. It's not going to tell you when something's coming into the game. It'll just tell you what's being worked on. And it's not easy. I'll go over it here in a moment, but let's go back to kind of watching the rest of this. The Walking Wiki. That's a good name for it. They explain how to read it. They explained it. They have? Okay. I don't know if they have or not, because I don't usually do that. I usually try to brute force my way through things, which is a problem sometimes. Elite Dangerous. Check the even concurrent logins. It's a train wreck there. Did I just hear lore ASMR? Yes. And here's the thing. If you're interested in seeing progress trackers updated, if you have suggestions and feedback, no joke, Jake Bradley, Jake Acapella, you'll see him on Spectrum and other places. He's the person to talk to. He's the one who runs all that stuff. So.
Good news, everyone.
I was watching on YouTube and heard the need to give your Twitch Prime subs. Thank you, Liquid Wayne. You didn't have to. God damn it. I'm just going to show for myself right now. It's only $5. God damn it. All right, so this is where we also get into things which I think could have been handled better. All right, and I also say this. CIG saying things like, your screeching is bothering us, which is effectively what they said, isn't untrue. It's just some people who are really, really angry are going to not be suddenly calm when you tell them that they're being. It's the old what's the saying? It's something like if you tell someone who's panicking not to panic, it doesn't stop them from panicking. You know, and all that they really did with that is just make other people who aren't actually knee-jerk reactionists to become angry because they thought that CIG told them to fuck off. It's a bit tone deaf, yeah. And I think if CIG said, y'all screech too loud, we fucked up with our own expectations, let's just get over it, I think that would have gone over much better. Because self-flagellation or admitting that you fucked up goes a long way with people. People are more willing to forgive you if you say,
good news, everyone.
But CIG doesn't want to do that because CIG has this weird fixation about being perfect, which is stupid. It's cussing. He's super serious, people. I cuss a lot. I just try not to cuss in the first 10 minutes. Yeah, telling someone to calm down is the quickest way to start a fight. Yeah. Anybody going to play the new SWTOR experience in 2 weeks? No, but there's actually a new game that Tree actually pointed me to. That I joined the Discord, and immediately their community manager's like, I recognize your name. Do you want a copy of our game? And I'm like, yes, please. It's basically The Expanse. Here, let's pause this for a moment just so I can show you all this. I'm gonna pull a noodle here. All right. Find it real quick. Nebulous Fleet Command. I think right now it's a PvP online fleet combat game. It's early access. They do have a tutorial you can run through, that kind of stuff. So this is, the way I can describe it is like Homeworld, but expansified. So if you like Expanse, because you saw those lasers were anti-missile lasers. And of course you got lasers and railguns and all sorts of things like that. So it's very different because you also have like internal like repairs that you have to like send your crew off to go do repairs for and that kind of stuff. So yeah, like it's more focused on the fleet aspects of individual ships combat rather than like maintaining those. And it's pretty cool. I played the tutorial and I'm gonna play it live on stream here in a moment. So masers, not lasers. Thank you. Yeah, it's very complicated, but yeah, it's coming out February 11th. So
Weapons free, y'all.
After that video is definitely about to load a moment. Thank you, Silky, for posting. I'll post it in the we'll be playing it live at some point, probably tomorrow, maybe. The event started today? Yes, it has. The event has started today. The marketing for ships and the way they're introduced to them is the biggest problem I have especially when they nerf them after they release. They don't want any ship being better than another. But I get, but they want to make the ship unique. Yeah, I get to a bit. What's your favorite bar of the verse? And why is it Voyager Bar and Orison? I do like Voyager Bar most. Same day as Lost Ark, huh? I don't think it was intentionally the same day as Lost Ark. It's just when they were ready to release. What's your safe word? Hey, Victoria. Is this the stranger for Squadron 42? Do the alphas laugh like that? What do you mean laugh like that? The alpha's influence. In your Loda. All right. So let's go through some of this release view stuff. All right. As mentioned in the previous roadmap roundup, as well as this episode of Star Citizen Live, the core gameplay pillar has moved to focus exclusively on Squadron 42. Features developed by this team will then integrate into Squadron 42 first, then migrated over to the persistent universe. This is a twofold benefit. Squadron 42 will benefit greatly from the additional resources and dedicated focus, and the persistent universe will see features come online in a more complete and polished state. As the process of migrating these features into the PU is finalized, we're temporarily removing the following cards while their PU implementation is evaluated. So, based off of what I can get by this, and Jake's in chat, so Jake, you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. What you're saying is that most of this stuff is already done or is in the process of being done in Squadron 42, but it is yet to be migrated over to Star Citizen or is in the process of being migrated over to Star Citizen. Am I right? Okay. So these are things that are finished. It's just a question about when they reach into the game of Star Citizen rather than Squadron. So that's another interpretation of this. So a lot of this stuff is getting removed, but it's a question of when it'll come into Star Citizen, not if. No more core dev until Squadron 42 is done, and then push to Star Citizen. Basically, all of the Star Citizen core devs are now working on Squadron to build core tech into Squadron, and then they're going to pull that into Star Citizen. Because it's important to remember that Star Citizen and Squadron 42 are the same game. Functionally, they're the same game. They use the same engine. They use everything exactly the same. And they share assets even. Some stuff is only going to be for Squadron, obviously, and some stuff is only for Star Citizen. Though I doubt that anything that's only in Star Citizen will ever not be in Squadron. But some things in Squadron, like Squadron doesn't need necessarily bounty hunting mechanics, so... Oh no, it's Jake, yes. It's Jake. Oh, Jake's from Safe Farms here? Yes. The roadmap guy. You can ask him some questions. I mean, like, I don't know what to ask. I talked with Jake. I've known Jake before he worked at CIG, so. Question, shouldn't this project separate from one another and not depend on Squadron 42, the same with Theaters of War? I don't know. I think the problem is that because they use the same engine, a lot of the stuff that works into Squadron has to go into Star Citizen. So the downside is you're going to take longer to develop both games, but the upside is once you finish the core development of those games, then it doesn't take much longer for you to develop future standalone single-player titles. Because effectively, Star Citizen will work as a platform to develop the future features that you're going to add into the sequels without having to produce more devs into, like, put more dev work into the sequels, because it's just the same engine, same game. It's how the Lego games were developed, which is why it's being used like this. You know, the Aaron Roberts and his team used to do a lot of the original founders of Foundry 42 used to work on the Lego games. So I get the idea. Coffee shop vendors, yes, it is, for sure. You can ask Jake questions. He'll answer them. Did Jake write the letter, it seems, Corp PR from parts? Yes, he did. Now, obviously, Jake isn't the only person who is... Jake doesn't solo decide all of the stuff that's being produced by CIG. He has to run it by other people, obviously. But I didn't read that as all development will be exclusive for Squadron 2 and PUs will get none until it's released. That's not what it says. Let me read it again. This is a twofold benefit. Squadron 42 will benefit greatly from the additional resources and dedicated focus, and the persistent universe will see features come online in a more complete and polished state. As the process of migrating these features into the PU is finalized, so you're saying it's migrating into the PU, we're temporarily removing the following cards while the PU implementation is evaluated. So they're moving this stuff from Squadron to Star Citizen. But they don't know when it's going to hit. It's not that this stuff is disappearing. They do evaluations all the time. They do go, no-go meetings. We know these sorts of things. You've been in the Star Citizen community long enough. So that's what it's been saying. The focus exclusion on Squadron appears to say that the PU is pushed into the background. Are they the networking guys still doing stuff in the mesh, though? Yes, they are. Jake is CIG. He controls everything through his hive mind. Yes. Please be nice to Jake. You also get a Subway. Funny, we'll talk about that here in a moment. You will be getting a Subway. Barista Drake variant when? Yeah. So, that's important to understand. It sucks, but we'll see. So that's just not in the I wouldn't expect any of that for 317, basically is what I'm saying. That stuff's been removed. A few key deliverables on release view hold a dependency with persistent streaming and core technology. While great progress is being made on this tech, the required completion of it puts a few features at risk. Therefore, the following cards are being removed temporarily. This is a little bit more concern. I have concerns. Because what this is saying is that they don't know exactly when persistence is going to come online. Enough to support persistent hangers in the Hanger Manager app. So, meaning it probably is not going to make it for 317. Which effectively means we're not going to see persistence full time until at least 318. That may change, but I don't think so. Based off of this wording and based off of what has been said. So. That info should probably be spread around more. What's that? Half-Life 3 is confirmed, yes. And for those of you who don't know about the persistent streaming technology, I'm going to put this up here, right here. I'm going to try to remember to put it up here, right here. But I did a video on what to expect, like how to interpret CIG's, to read the tea leaves in terms of what CIG is planning on doing for this year, earlier this year. And persistence is important. Without persistence, we do not get server meshing. So whenever persistence gets in, will determine how long you have until server meshing. Could be 3 months from that, could be 6 months from that, could be longer, but that's the deal. Wait, reading? I know. Temporarily. Temporarily just means it's going to come back, but we don't know where. That's what they're saying, you know. Do we still remember that Squadron 42 was scheduled to come out a couple of years ago? 2016, baby. Answer the call. Didn't you not answer the call? That's when it did. Yeah, CIG fucked up on a lot of dates early on. 2016, Nicholas, not 2018. All right, let's move on. So, again, that just means that we're going to get persistent hangers and manager app. They don't know if it's going to come out in 3.17 or 3.18. I'd err more on the side of 3.18 at the earliest. So, we must have let it go to voicemail. The following features have been identified to need additional polish before they're released into the persistent universe. Therefore, we are removing these cards temporarily until the projections for this respective release timings have been confirmed. Now, this stings. This stings a lot, because I was really looking forward to the 10 NPC taxi missions. That was very, like cool shit that I was looking forward to. But, makes sense that it was pushed. And the whole C is getting removed. I don't know why that is, because the whole A is still coming in 3.17. Maybe it could mean that we see other stuff moved, but that's it. All right, that's all the removal, which leaves some interesting things. It means that salvage and the cargo refactor are still on the roadmap for now. But usually the great gutting happens now, around this time of the roadmap. And if this is the great gutting and all this stuff's still coming in 3.18, who knows? Yeah, salvage is not delayed yet. I still think it's going to get delayed, but that's just me. How would you even fill a whole C? I mean, you could, but I mean, the point of having a whole C in the game isn't necessarily to use it. We've had the Starfarer in game for fucking ever, and it's not to use it. Like for its intended purpose, because the whole C is a long haul trucker, but having the whole C in when you have Pyro coming in the distant future makes sense. But, you know. How much is the cargo refactor on persistence? A lot. You need to have persistence for the cargo refactor to exist. I think that's the main problem, is you need to have, like, there's no point in having persistent cargo if you don't have the way, or like interactable cargo without having it being persistent. So I just want to know how much I can buy the quad for, or am I getting it free since I have the JPEG? I will also say that. I think that's one way of CIG making everything better. I don't think it'll fix everything, but I think one of the ways of improving morale of everybody in the Star Citizen community is just to give everyone who downloaded that JPEG a free or even a coupon for discount on the quad. The amount of money they'd lose on that would pale in comparison to the amount of money they would gain and the goodwill they'd gain. That's what I'd hope for, but we'll see. There are 3 sentences in life: death, taxes, and salvage being delayed. Yes. Could it be fair to bet that CIG will feel like persistence if doable in 3.18? I think that's what CIG seems to be implementing, is seeming. But you want it to be $450. Yeah. I feel like that would go a long way to fucking up their, from them fucking up. Like, that, because A, it's a fucking quad. Like, you're not going to sell shit tons of them anyways, and people will buy one. All right, let me talk to anybody at CIG other than Jake, who's here, because I know Jake is here. If you're watching this and you're in any way, shape, or form part of the marketing team, the amount of goodwill you would purchase, I can almost guarantee you that if you gave away a quad to anyone who downloaded that JPEG, people would pay the fuck attention to all of your little things that you give away. I don't even pay attention to that stuff. Like all of the little games and stuff like that, they'd start paying attention if they think they could get a free ship out of it. And also, anyone who got a free ship off of that debacle would probably buy one again. That's just how the community is. You show a little bit of, we fucked up, here's a little free gift for you, and people will come fucking out of the woodwork. That's just the reality. People want to be treated like adults who are helping the process, because so many people think that they are backers seeing a vision done. They want to be treated like that, as part of the process, not as some cow to be milked. I like free shit. Where's the free shit? Exactly. Salvage is part of Squadron 42. Yes, it is. Office hours are the best. Paul, after the roadmap update, shake up, how much more do you believe that CIG is going to make it or break it year for Star Citizen? I fear for the future of Star Citizen. I don't. From what, and we'll go back to kind of the presentation we talked about. Yeah, no, my owners should get one because they even admitted they wanted to have it happen. So. don't load it for now, just in case. I don't know if you can still do that. I think they may have locked that. But yeah, so a lot of the stuff that got cut isn't really getting cut. It's basically, they're waiting to see where it falls. They're waiting to see if this stuff is going to fall in 317 or 318. More likely 318. So it's, instead of getting it cut, this is stuff is probably going to get pushed. All of this. This stuff, they don't know. And I don't know. That's basically what this is. This stuff is, we have it done in Squadron, but we haven't fully put it over in Star Citizen yet. And we don't know when it'll work in Star Citizen. This stuff is, the persistence is working, but it's not to the point we want it at, so we can't put this in 317. And this is, we have no fucking idea what we're going to do with this. We need to polish the shit out of this and see if it's still working. Like, this stuff is broken. This stuff is waiting for core tech, and this stuff is waiting for where it's going to fall. That's the gist of what this roadmap is. Where they're throwing darts at the pub wall, yeah. I have survived the infamous holiday stream, and I've lived through 4 make it or break it years for Star Citizen. Paul, exactly. It's all horse shit. All right, so this is where for fuck's sake, y'all. Really? Really? A fucking coffee vendor? It's one thing to say, hey, we're going to rip this Band-Aid off. This is going to suck. No one's going to like this. We're just going to do it. Get angry. And then go, oh, by the way, to make it up, here's a fucking coffee vendor? Are you fucking serious? How did you not think that would go? Just don't fucking talk about it. Let that shit come out in 317. When you have serious shit like this, unless you're saying, oh, by the way, Pyro's out, no one's going to give a fuck what's the next part. I get it, Jake, but sometimes you just hold it. I get being transparent and everything, but like, it's called Starbucks for a reason. Because what it looks like to the rest of the community is that you just kicked a bunch of shit down the road, but you threw in some dumb little side piece and hope that people would get excited about it, which is why people are memeing the shit out of it right now. He's just calling it how he sees it. Jake is the one who puts the stuff here. He's not the person who magically makes the roadmap happen. The shit that comes into his hands are the shit he has. And he just pushes out into the community. And when I say Jake is pretty open to talk to anybody, I mean Jake will talk to literally anybody who talks to him, to the point where there's obviously some shit he can't say, but everything he knows, he'll talk with you about it. And again, I'm going to be very upfront. I've known Jake for many years. He's been part of the Star Citizen community for fucking ever. Me and him shared an Airbnb going to PAX South like 2020. Like, I know Jake for a long time, so he is a friend. You should know that as like full disclosure. But I also know that kind of stuff. Citizen Coffeegate. Yeah, Jake doesn't make the roadmap. He doesn't make the shit. He just gets he takes what he has from the development teams. So, see, Cameron is actually, is he memeing on it, or is he just like doing what he usually does and shitting on it? Jake, thank the dev team for me. Yeah, good stuff, my man. Gravity Cat. Thank you, Gravity Cat. I'm sure he just heard that. Boycotting would not be a solution to the point now, would it? I mean, you could. Go for it. But do I need to pull the picture up again? I think I'm going to pull the picture up again. What happens with boycotts and gamers? And again, it's not an insult. This is reality. I'll believe it when I see it. I've lived through the infamous holiday live stream and 4 supposed make it or break it years, and it's all horseshit. So here's Xenothreat back. Yeah, it's interesting. The fact that Xenothreat is like, I know in lore it's not really supposed to be like this. If it is, good on you, CIG, but it's like, I feel like that SpongeBob gif in terms of the lore. Like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Yes, 2016 Christmas is a treasure, and we're going to start using that as a Christmas tradition at the pub. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Jake doesn't source the ingredients, he only bakes the pie. Sounds like Jake is just the middleman. Yeah. Perseus and swords when, Jake? Joke. Instructions unclear made Perseus into a sword. It's a sword now. I mean, I'd be okay with it. All right. So, coffee vendor is what we're getting in 317. Coffee citizen. You know what's going to happen? CIG's community team is going to, and marketing team is just going to turn that into a meme. They're just going to ride that meme. But I do, and again, I will say this in all seriousness, and this is me 100% serious. I'm not even joking. How dare you, CIG? How dare you? Why the fuck are you doing coffee before I even have pizza? You owe me pizza. Disco Lando owes me pizza. And you had the chance in 314 with the pie patch to come out with some pizza pie, and you fucked it up. All right? If you're going to throw some dog food at me, you know, after punching me in the face, at least make that dog food premium shit. Why does it say raffle? Oh, I forgot to turn off from Sunday. We do Sunday raffles. We do Sundays. Raffles. We do Sundays. Turn off the timer here. Sundays we do raffles on the Twitch stream. We do twitch.tv/theastropub Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I turned it off. It's space coffee, not US coffee. Is it only one location? Let me read it again. Oh, it's Area 18. What? Okay. Yeah, what happened to the pizza delivery mission? That's another point. Yeah, and you know what the reality is going to happen. We're going to go to the coffee thing. The guy's going to fuck up, insult us, and then give us undrinkable coffee, or we drink the coffee and we die, or it makes us teleport into space. Because space delivery would be hilarious and fun. And CIG would do what CIG does best and like triple down on it, and you have fucking reputation. And then you're out running goddamn Ninetales to go deliver the Imperator some pizza. Like that's the kind of dumb shit that CIG will go all in on because it sounds immersive. All right, now we're going to talk about the progress tracker. So we got a couple of things that have added to the progress tracker. The Argo SRV, building and implementing and balancing Argo's tugboat. The SRV is a game-ready vehicle. This deliverable is being added to the EU content team for the team schedule. I fucking called it. I fucking called it. People asked if the SRV is coming in. I said it makes sense because, and of course, if the SRV is being added to the roadmap, to the progress tracker, it means that they have to be adding the fucking, like, what is it called? The thing that you move stuff with, the tractor beam. They have to be adding tractor beams. And they've also been showing off the new tractor beam, like the Sure Grip, I think what it is, the one that's on the front of the 315. That was a sneakily peekly a while back. They have to have tractor beams working soon. And I think that's because they have to do it for persistent or for the new inventory system. Or that kind of stuff. Tugboat, yes. How do we remove our hot coffee with a tractor beam? Blizz is asking the right questions. I want to be disappointed. Don't get me excited. I just don't see them not adding the SRV and tractor beams around the same time. Maybe the SRV won't make it to 318, maybe 319, but like, and I'll look at the progress track here in a bit. But that's kind of a cool thing. Do we get a hot coffee minigame? We don't talk about the hot coffee minigame because the hot coffee minigame gets you banned in Australia. Grey Cat Industrial Cygnus Mining Droid. Building, implementing, and balancing Grey Cat's mining platform. The Cygnus is a game-ready vehicle. This deliverable is being added to Squadron 42's art team schedule. What? Are we gonna pilot a fucking Cygnus in Squadron? What? Ends mid-September. Okay, so yeah, I'd say 319. Probably a good guess for that one. 319, 320. Rideable mining spider. So, all right, let me show you the mining thing. And it's Cygnus, not Cygnus. That's why it's. Let me see if I can find a good image of it to kind of show you the perspective of it, to give you kind of a oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's a perspective on the size of the damn thing. Ugh, just the Reddit thread. That's a Hornet. She big. She fucking huge. Here we go. This is from Facebook, but gives you an idea. This is an early look at it. That's the frame rate it's at because it's a Facebook one. But on the ground, it's in space. It flies around its own thrusters. How many can I fit in Orion? That's the question. A lot of people have had that, like, it could possibly end up being the like attached to the Orion. Looks like a matrix harvester. Yeah, kind of. It's used for mining. Yeah, it's used. If you watch the vertical slice that they did, CIG did a couple years ago for Squadron, you can actually see the mining the droids on asteroids mining, because they're actually autonomous too. Jake, if it's possible to pilot a Cygnus, even if it's not planned gameplay, someone will fucking do it. Someone will complete the entire fucking game doing nothing but Cygnus mining droids. That's what's going to happen, because people are fucking insane, and that's just how gamers are. Said droid. Yeah, I gotta pay LucasArts money for saying droid. It's not droid. That's a copywritten term, if you didn't know that. But does it have any toilets? Asking the real questions. All right. Then we've got the hospital surgeon, concepting, creating, and implementing the outfits worn by surgeons, beginning with the ones working at Orison General Hospital location. This deliverable is being added to the Star Citizen character art and character tech art team schedules. The military multi-tool, designing and building multi-tool variant used by the UE military and Squadron 42 campaign. This deliverable is added to the weapon content team schedule. This is where a lot of people got upset about. The AI arcade machines. AI behavior where the AI will play multiple rounds on an arcade machine with varied emotional results depending on if they win or lose. This deliverable is being added to the AI content team schedule. I know it sounds weird, like, what? But it's more than likely for Squadron. It's good background filler. And I know, it sounds like a weird priority, but it's likely that it's just slotted in for them to take a couple times. We'll have to look at the actual time it takes for it to go, but... Hell, we've already been promised gunblades in the stream, so we can complete the game using only that. Like 3 weeks or something? Yeah. So it's one of the team's, like, side projects. Never tell a gamer that it's not possible that their way to find out... know someone who managed to, during Invictus that year, hijacked a capital ship that wasn't flyable by it. Yeah, no, we've done it before. Oh, yeah. That was actually a joke at one point. I think Jared made that joke about having a surgeon at Grimhex with just like a bloody apron. I think it's going to happen now. Yeah, we saw the arcades. They even mentioned the arcades in the tour. If you go to the tour, they said, I know what you're thinking. Yes, we do play them. And it's like, and someone had the high score or something like that. And he was referencing the arcades. So hopefully that means that we can also play the arcade machines, because that would be nice. A nice little ad there. Yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about the AI crews and roles as well. Usable systems, AI, improving the implementation of existing usable systems to optimize the memory usage and improve the performance when querying usable data at runtime. Deliverables added to AI tech team and feature text team. That means unspaghettifying the code around how they work. So this is tech debt stuff. Modular shaders, updating the existing shader systems and its workflows to allow for implementation and support of basic modularity. Hey! This has been added to the graphics team schedule. That's cool. Okay, so modular shaders. I don't know if that means modularity for ships or just overall modularity for shading, I guess. Server streaming. Changes to the implementation of server object container streaming, SOCS, to be driven from the network's code replication layer, backed by the entity graph for persistent storage. This deliverable is being added to the network's team schedule. So they're starting to work on server streaming. Okay, so they're using it from the replication layer. So if you remember the old talk about what replication layer is, the replication layer is the thing that kind of serves as the backbone.
Everyone.
So when you're going from, shard to shard, if you load into a different shard or in from server to server inside of a shard, the replication layer is the thing that duplicates everything and makes sure everything has the information. So, unspaghettifying it, lasagnaing it instead, exactly. So this is just part of that whole process of turning into, of creating server meshing. DGS crash recovery. When the dedicated game server crashes, this system will spin up a replacement DGS and restore the state from the replication layer. So this is important. This is persistent shit right here. This was added to the network team's schedule. So what this means is that when you crash, when a game server crashes, when you get a 30K, instead of getting a 30K, you get a 30K and then immediately get popped into a new server. So like maybe a hitch 30K and boom, pop you right into the server, or maybe not even a 30K anymore. That's the thing that will change the 30Ks forever. Because if I'm reading that right, that's what it is. Because dedicated game server crashes, that's the game servers you are. This system will spin up a replacement dedicated game server and restore its state from the replication layer. That's persistence. Is one of the games Metroid 80? I'm sure it's going to be, what is the Hyper Vanguard Force?
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Prepare for 3 years of arcade AI? I hope not. Random question. Will you ever make a YouTube channel for Twitch VODs if you're playing a game? Maybe call it Astro Citizen, so we can play. You don't enjoy Twitch as much. I could do that. Would you on YouTube like that? Let me know in the comments below if you're watching this after the fact, but in chat. Would you like me to just make like a dedicated, just drop my Twitch VODs and kind of thing? Because I can do that. Probably wouldn't be good. It's not good for the channel as a whole, but like a gameplay channel. $500 million development. I can finally play 8-bit Space Invader on my 5K PC. Fuck yeah. I can. Will it play Minecraft at 4K? Make a joke, but CIG will fucking do it. You can now play Wing Commander on the arcade cabinets inside Star Citizen. While playing the Wing Command, while in the simulator pod in Wing Commander, so you can play a game inside a game inside a game while playing a game.
Hello, I like money.
Fuck, they would do that, wouldn't they? All right. Changes to long-term persistence that support the new inventory and shards database. LTP functionality will stay the same, but the system will read/write the data from the new entity graph database. Okay, so that's just hooking up LTP to the databases. That's just connecting. They're just doing what they built now and kind of putting it all together to make it a little bit better. The replication layer. Okay, yeah. Talk about meta, yeah. You know what? I don't know if they could. They might be able to. I don't know what EA's patent is on Wing Commander. They might be able to do something like that. They may have to pay EA for it, but that actually might be worth the meme. Still strong what I've heard on full, unfortunately. Question: why do all the deliverables in October? Why do all the deliverables end October 1st and they don't plan for the whole year? That's a good question. It's because they don't really know outside of 6 months. They could plan to do more than that, but there's not a lot of point in doing that because. Let me put it this way. You have a team of, say, 6 developers. That's probably too big, too. More like 3 developers, all right? 3 developers in the lead. 4 developers total. And they're working on locomotion, trying to make the player locomotion look good. And they plan a sprint for about a month, 2 months. And they, while they're working on the sprint and focusing on it and trying to make it look good and make it all work, they hit something where, like, physically the locomotion doesn't work on this set of stairs because this set of stairs was built in 2015 and opposed to all the new stairs. So they have to go back and tell the people who build the stairs, hey, fix these fucking stairs so we can fix the locomotion. So then that team has to then give that directive before the locomotion team can finish building their locomotion to function on those stairs, because it makes no sense to put so that players could actually walk on all the stairs that are supposed to. And that means that the locomotion team is going to be delayed. Now, if that locomotion team was going to be moving on to do like swimming animations after the fact, now they can't. Or that locomotion team can't function where it is, so they have to drop that and then move on to the swimming, and now locomotion has been dropped. So planning beyond the initial sprints is difficult because they don't know exactly what the problems they're going to run into. Sometimes shit takes less time than they think. They're just like, boom, 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 I'm done. Good, we walk away. But that's why shit moves. Q4 is coming very soon. They're locking down the planning right now. Good to hear. I guarantee you someone will use the progress tracker to make a roadmap. Then people will be happy until CIG removes the progress tracker to stop creation of roadmap. I don't think CIG would do that. I think CIG would just say, hey, it's a player controlled, not ours. Will the new studio help progress the game, or it will slow down due to training integration? That's depending. There's no new studio that I know of. The newest studio is Montreal Studio, and they were founded 2 years ago. But usually, the rule... the Mythical Man month. I'm forgetting the name of the fucking law. But there's an actual law of programming and project management, which basically says 9 women can't make 1 baby in 1 month. And effectively, adding people to a project in development does not speed it up. In fact, it often slows it down, and there are natural progressions for how long it takes to get somebody up to speed. It can take up to a year or two. So. Our reality was developed so we could play Star Citizen. We're just NPCs playing arcade cabinets. Exactly. I know you compared to the airline. I worked for CIG, makes the airline. I took work for look like a clown when it comes to scheduling and delays. Just saying, my airline is delayed more constantly than CIG ever has been. Well, that's also a little bit different, no pants, because like airlines are most subject to things like availabilities of the tarmac. It's availabilities of like fuel, how many people there are who are flying, what the weather is like. There's a lot more variables in flying a plane than there is building a game. Yeah, snow, fucking ice, the availability of de-icing, Do you think we'll get Pyre this year? Or is that something we shouldn't be expecting? Is it too early to say? It's too early to say. It really depends. So really depends on where persistence is. If persistence is well enough along, if we get like persistent hangers and some good persistent stuff done by like middle of the year, then yeah, an outside chance, 50-50 chance. If we see persistence fall back again to like the Q3 patch, then I don't think we're going to see it. Still could happen. But, the moon could fall out of the sky tomorrow. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. Men, women cannot make a baby in 1 month. Yeah, we'll see about that. How overpriced will people with star players charge for fuel? I mean, they probably shouldn't because there's no reason to. No one will take if everyone's flying a Starfarer for refuel, no one's going to do it. I think most people in early on will just sell fuel at cost because people like doing that kind of shit. Fuel rats, baby. Staggered baby development. Yes. You forget, I'm the front of the plane, flying it. I know where the delays come from, Paul, and well, no, they make CIG look good. Fair enough. Flying a game equals just like making a game. Did I mean playing? Yes, I did. Yeah, okay. Do I prefer ArcCorp or Crusader areas? I like Crusader. I don't like the travel. The travel it takes to get there. I like ArcCorp, but it needs to rain. If Area 18 had rain, yes. All day, baby. But, yeah. We all thought fuel rats, huh? Yep, fuel rats. Did they address if the Gemini can do refueling as well? I think it should. It's just a Starfarer. And I imagine that the Gemini is going to be in Squadron, so I imagine it probably was the first one to get the refueling added rather than the regular. But it should. That would be a question asked, though. Is the Gemini getting it as well? Because, again, weasel words. I'm worried about fuel ships being pirates in disguise. Oh, it's going to happen, man. Pirates, it's going to happen. Crusader needs speed rings to get out of the atmosphere faster. Yes, something like that would actually make sense a little bit. Yeah, it swaps the scoop for missiles. No, I'm sorry for that, Raytheon. Your RAM died just before Saturday. That sucks. Let's set aside a little hope and hope crowd. No, I'm going to have high hopes for CIG. I want pizza and rain clouds. And I am not going to lower my expectations anymore. Do I think they'll offer upgrade kit in-game to turn the Starfarer into a Gemini for a conversion kit? Maybe if they work with modularity. Let's finish this up and I'll keep going stuff. All right, wheeled vehicle physics improvements. This is going to be Darj will be happy about this. Improving physics for ground vehicles by taking static environment and collisions into account during network prediction and synchronization. All right, cool. That's good. That means that we might get no, what's going to happen is CIG is going to say we fixed ground vehicles so that they're better, and then they're going to come up with a brand new bike that they just smaller than the Ranger. It's like a little pedal bike that you can use, and then they're gonna have the Ranger come out 6 months later. That's what's gonna happen, and they're gonna sell the bike for $40. The pedal bike for $40. Hookers and blackjack. Yeah. Hey, Unknown Guardian. You missed it. You missed all of the salt earlier. You can rewind it though, I think, and listen to it if you want to. Ranger this year? I have no idea. Question: What would technically, in your opinion, constitute tier 0 weather for planets? Rain, clouds, and rain. Because if you can have clouds and rain, you can have pretty much anything else. Because the difference between rain and snow is a texture. This should function fairly similar. They already have like weather predictions. Like storms do blow through areas right now, all the time. The problem is they're hard to tell because you don't see any of the corresponding cloud cover, nor do you see anything that would indicate like wind. You 1000% clip that other prediction. What, the one that CIG will release a mountain bike before they release the Ranger? Because they can sell it? That difference in texture, it's true. I hate calling it like that. Cloud, rains, and wind. Yeah. Wind's in. Like, wind, trust me, I've lost enough ships to the wind to know that wind is in. X1 is on the progress track for June, July. Yeah, I get it. I know that the X1's still coming out. I'm just salty as fuck about the fact that they released the quad before they released the X1. After they're releasing the 400i with a dedicated X1 bay. Like, what the fuck, CIG? Seriously, what the fuck? I get that based off of if you should watch the ISC though, because anyone who hasn't, because they basically said that they made the quad when they made the Nomad. It was originally going to be with the Nomad, but they decided to delay it a little bit. And obviously a quad hover bike isn't really going to be a priority. It's similar to like how they made the Rock DS before they made the Rock, because the Rock DS was a concept of the Rock before they made the Rock, and then they decided to release a DS as well. Still stupid. The DS makes no fucking sense, but you know. So then we have Tier 0 weather technically, I guess. But like, and CIG, I forgot when it was. It may have been a, something they did on, what was it called? At CitizenCon. But I remember a presentation where they showed like, they actually have temperature maps and wind, like that all stuff exists in the game now. They just don't have any like visible representations of it. Real Collector, honestly, I'd take the hover quad over the Ranger any day. You take that out of your mouth. You take that back right now. The Ranger is so much cooler than the hover quad. I will fight someone over that. The difference between snow and rain is texture. To render, maybe rain and snow have different effects than traversal and temperature. That's true. Okay, Death Trooper, it's funny when you say that. When will we get the hoverboard from Back to the Future? I follow a lot of CIG devs on Twitter, and John Crew and Paul Jones had a nice back and forth about that recently. John Crew is not a fan of the hoverboard. Paul Jones is. So, if you really want the hoverboard, say I want Paul Jones to make a hoverboard. Also, let Paul Jones make a fucking UFO, CIG. Call it a Devarin Tech, and we're done. They say anything about giving sonic boom to ships? I don't remember. That'd be a good idea, I think. It would be a little annoying, but it's cool. I can respect your opinion, Paul, especially with that convention. Listen, I just want my Akira bike, okay? I just want to be a motorcycle gang in the wastes of Hurston. All right, Reputation V2. This is my shit right here. Reputation V2, an upgrade to the reputation system that allows reputation to drive AI hostility. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. That's important for the game in general, but especially for Pyro. Because if you don't know, Pyro is made up of a couple different gangs. Each gang has its own territory and possibly its own station. Which means that your control of a region or your access to a region will depend on your reputation with that gang. And if you don't have a good reputation or you have a negative reputation, so if you have neutral or negative reputation, you may get just shot on sight because you don't have a reputation with them. So your access to certain parts of Pyro will be determined by what your reputation is with the various people there, which is cool. That was the lore thing this week. If you didn't watch the lore thing, that's kind of what they talked about with the lore. Was that how reputation... For reference, a lot of the lore that CIG puts in, especially the kind of like... This one was the Bounty Hunter video. Like the Bounty Hunter show that they do. It's like in-fiction show. A lot of those will end up adding certain elements of the game or of gameplay that they've already talked about. Like there's a great one from Booty Call, which is a literal pirate radio broadcast, where he talks about how one dude is just killing everybody in his territory, like all the areas that he kind of frequents and attacks. Like his hunting grounds are being poached by another pirate who's murdering everybody. And as a result, the local traders have gotten bigger protection, and he's nearly gotten killed because of it. So in the whole broadcast, he's like, I'm going to find this fucker. I'm going to fucking kill him for being too loud and being so psychopathic about it. Which was around the time CIG was talking about things like the idea that if you are super loud in the Quanta, if you just want to kill people because you think it's funny, expect a large reaction from the NPCs. which will then piss off all of the other criminals in the area who operate when nobody's seeing them, rather than when the fuzz is on them, when it's too hot for them to handle. So they'll send bounty hunters after you because you were fucking with their shit, kind of thing. So it's cool to look at some of those things. Question: do you think they'll allow us to set up a backup residence? Yes, that's actually something they talk about here. The following deliverable previously removed. Oh, also Look IK architecture refactor. Update to existing Look IK system, which is the kinematics or something like that. It's like movement, I want to say. System to remap eye trajectory to use eye expressions that are defined by rig logic. I don't know what that means. To the tech animation team, I guess for FOIP, maybe? Inverse kinematics, thank you. Space Vespa, yes. Question: should alien ships be sold at ArcCorp and Area 51? Yes, that would be funny. This is DJ Pyro Radio, yeah. Like a vacation house? Yeah, let me explain. Right here. So these were removed from the progress tracker and they're back on there. Enabling players to track criminals via Mobiglass security app linked to distress beacons, comm arrays, air traffic control systems, cameras, and NPC informants. They will rely on various new back-end tech, including virtual AI, the NPC schedule, and the security service. This deliverable is returning to the USPU team feature team schedule. Persistent HABs. Due to the aforementioned dependency on the persistent streaming, and in order to get additional priority to persistent hangers, this deliverable is being temporarily removed from the progress tracker. So that was on there before, but it's being removed. Which was persistent HABs is the idea that you will be able to purchase HABs in the game, and then that could be your backup residence. So you'll be able to have multiple locations. In fact, hangars will function as a temporary residence and at least a place where you can keep your stuff. And HABs will be things you could purchase permanently. Basically, it's the place where you keep your stuff somewhere. All right. That was 2 hours. It took a long time to get through that because you have to do that. So for those of you who just joined us, or those of you who are still sticking around or just picked us up in the middle of this video, if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, I don't know. But to sum up the whole thing, CIG was inelegant in their expression of a fact. I don't think it's not a fact that some people took the roadmaps as promises and then got angry every time those things got moved. And while that is the case, I also recognize that some people are upset that CIG doesn't seem to be delivering what they want. And so every time something gets moved, they get angry. So they're setting expectations poorly. CIG is. And CIG could have done with actually saying they fucked up for once, because this is as much CIG's fault as it is people who don't set their expectations, because CIG themselves didn't set expectations properly and were too reticent to cut what they've already put on the map because they're afraid of the reactions, rather than just ripping that Band-Aid off. Today, the internet was saltier than Dead Sea. Yes. Inelegant is one way to put it. Sometimes a cigar is a cigar. Sometimes you just got to say what it is. And that's the reality. Anyone who says that people aren't losing their minds every time something gets cut from the roadmap, sometimes for no reason, is kidding themselves, or those are the people losing their minds. I mean, like, I'm not going to sugarcoat that. Since people are already being salty, that's the reality. If you don't like it, deal with it. You know? Like, I don't know how to put it, because I've said it many times, that I think that, like, some people put themselves out of, like, they hype themselves up for something that could slip, it slips, they get angry. I've done it to myself before. All right? I'm not saying this is, oh, I'm so much perfect compared to it. Now, I've fucking done it too, so I know. I get it. CIG could have admitted they fucked up too. They should have, because they have fucked up. Especially, as I've said before, on this reticence to cut things that were obviously not going to make it. But now their compromise is we're just starting over by telling you what's in the immediate aftermath. I do hope that the progress tracker gets continued to update and becomes a little bit easier to read. Very little of this has to do with delivery changes. It has eroded the trust that's finally boiling over, and CIG has not announced about accountability. I've heard those words so many times, it's just meaningless to me, lethality. It's not, no offense, I've just heard it so many times, it's just noise. I've heard that every single time there's ever a blow up in the Star Citizen community and nothing happens. Maybe this is the first time that something will happen. Maybe. But it's just noise. Until something actually happens, then there's no point. I agree. I don't think the release, I actually, since mid last year, I thought that the release view is dumb. I never like the release view. Technically by making the change, they admitted they got it wrong. Do they actually have to say the words to admit they got it wrong? Yes. Yes, they do. I can fuck something up and I can fuck something with my wife and work to change it. But without admitting that I fucked up, she doesn't know. There's a lot of respect into telling somebody you fucked up. If you fucked up and you realize you fucked up and you quietly fix the problem, you're disrespecting the people who you're talking to. It's a disrespect. That's what it is. I'm glad they're changing it. Don't get me wrong. I think this is a good change overall. But fuck. They should link dependencies on the progress tracker. I think they should as well. I think Jake has even talked about that before, but I don't know if that happens. What's drama of the week at the moment? I'm not going to go over it again. I personally like to see the money go somewhere, and perception is a huge beast. Just going with the quad is great perception of good things. So giving away a quad, yeah, that would be a good way of perception is everything. The CIG complete an asset or a way of asset is playable in game, and they remove it to make a place for something else. They've done it before with Delamar, where they've completed something that was in game, they removed it so they can make a room for Orison. There's also a lot of stuff there where like they will complete something or they have something that's done, but the dependencies aren't in yet. Yeah, let's keep. CIG saltometer when? After 2017, I stopped fighting the current. Yeah, that's basically where I'm at right now. I used to get much more angry at CIG and much more like concerned and like pissed off. And I'm just like, at this point, I am but a cog in the wheel. I'm on the rim, of this spoke that is going around, and it'll stop at some point. But better people than me have proclaimed the downfall of CIG, and it's still going. So I'm not here to spell doom or gloom. Just all because I was pledging Star Citizen with a $1,000 ship. The Squadron 42 was my game, a $20 pack. Now the Pillar devs are working on Squadron 2 exclusively. Okay, so I think that definitely needs to get recombobulated. CIG is not working exclusively on Squadron. It's just anything that is going into Star Citizen is going to the Squadron first. And I don't know if that's a CIG communication issue or if that's a community's interpretation of CIG issue. But I think that definitely needs to be spelled out. Because it has been spelled out, but it needs to be spelled out multiple times. Because according to this roadmap, it's not that things aren't being done for Star Citizen. It's that Squadron 42 is getting it first, and then it's getting ported over to Star Citizen, which means that instead of getting to your, 0, well, it'll still be tier 0, but instead of getting it the first implementation of something like salvage, we're getting the second implementation after it's already gone through internal review and added to Squadron. That's what we're getting. I just want to see the big picture design documents. I'm not convinced they have any. They have design documents. There's a couple they already published, like Death of the Spaceman was the first design documents they have. If you're talking about white papers, they're not going to give you white papers. He who controls the salt controls the verse, yes. Who do I have to pay in the crack to make the Kraken possible in the PU with a coffee shop? Well, it's going to happen. You know that. Power of Nyx is a massive system that's amount to 40 AUS. I think it's changed a little bit in terms of its size. We were talking about it earlier. Should we get a foreign badge? The road mapping survivor. There's been multiple roadmaps that have like this. Like I know there's a lot of people who are newer to the Star Citizen community, but like this happens every year. People forget it happens every year because like the end of the year is always like, yay, peace, love, dope. It's really good. But by design docs, I mean clear version of actual game PU gameplay. Let me show you the most recent one that I remember. Boom. They used to call it the shipyard. This is back in Alpha 3.0 and 3.1. This talks about the full future cycle of fuel, gas in space, fuel intake, refinery, hydrogen fuel tank, power plant, thruster. Careers and roles. Combat, transport, exploration, industrial support, different sizes and roles, the roll call, different visuals. They have full breakdowns, the Pathfinder, the Racer, the passenger transport, blah, blah, blah. It's called the Shipyard. They have all of these things which are how the game is supposed to work. For ships, at least. Let's go with variants and modules. What's a variant? What's a module of a variant? So on and so forth. There's also one for the Death of the Spaceman. There was one for medical. They do them quite frequently. Coffee without plumbing is madness. Yeah, I made that joke earlier. Anybody who drinks enough coffee knows it makes you poop. So how can we have coffee without pooping? We survived Star Citizen dev patch. Yeah. What's this? Sure, I'll put you a link on it. Star Citizen ship. It's called the Shipyard. But there's more to us than that. I'll just post this link here in chat. Boom. And boom. I don't blame anyone for not knowing about that. It's one of those things that, like, the problem with following Star Citizen is that there's so fucking much information out there. I mean, a ton of information. There is so much stuff out there that it's hard to collate. That's the reason why Jake, who I don't know if he's still in chat or not, Jake actually got to start working with a group called the Imperial News Network, or INN, and eventually to Relay, which still exists, where they would take things like the ISCs, which was at that point called Around the Verse or Wingman's Hangar, and they would like do full transcripts of all of the videos and put it up for like Reddit and stuff like that. Yeah. And the website doesn't make the finding information easier. No, it sucks. The website sucks. Hopefully that helps a little bit, Snarbuckle. I don't know if that helps at all. They should make these easier to find? Yeah. Hey, Newfire. Most of it was updated in 2016. 3.0 2016? Question, do you think they'll ever make the Great Pat PVU CCUable? Why? It's so, I mean, like, up from? Isn't it already up from? Because I don't think you can get it down. There's nothing that's cheaper than that, I don't think. I mean, this is going to sound weird, Death Trooper, but this is like the 4th version of CIG's website. It's never been good. Is there a design document for small, medium, and large capital ships and how they relate to each other in combat? I don't think so. I mean, there is different ships, the ship roles and stuff like that, which is the one I linked. This is more about how they define them. I think it was 2017. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But like Nubifier, yes, Spectrum is a pile of tires on fire. But like, be honest with me. And I've seen people who say that they've never seen this before. I've seen this before. I've seen this before with many things in the past with Star Citizen. Things being on fire is nothing new for the Star Citizen community. Will this change everything over time? Maybe. Maybe not. We'll see. The other thing I'm mad about is the taxi stuff going away. Yeah, that sucks. Like, that was my biggest takeaway. That's the other thing to take away from the roadmap is that, like, pretty much everything on the roadmap was more like, we don't know if it's going to fall in 317 or 318, so we're not going to put it on the roadmap. We're taking off the roadmap for now. Except for the stuff that was in the persistence. The persistence stuff seemed more like, we have no fucking clue where persistence is. It may come in 317, 318, or later. We don't know, so we took it off the roadmap. But the things that really stung were like the, I think it was just mostly just the, it was like the Vandal Swarm and Pirate Swarm stuff and and the whole sea and the taxi missions. That stuff is basically like, we have no fucking clue when that's coming out. It needs to get polished. Nothing like this. The first 3 pages, I don't think it's going to be, I think, ooh, shiny. It's going to change. Maybe it's not. I could be wrong. But I'll say this. I don't see a lot of people going on about it on Twitter. Not anymore, at least. As a content creator, I'm not even bothering making a video on it. It's not worth it. Noobfire did. But I think Noob mostly did the roadmap update. The gutting of the roadmap update. I'm so excited for ship-to-ship refueling, though. I mean, the end of transparency? Was that just CIG property, no transparency ever? That's not the case. CIG is more transparent than most game companies are. Outside of a handful of indie devs, and I got a lot of like there are people who say that CIG is not transparent enough, which is fair. I don't think that's the case, but to each their own. You're never going to get a consensus on what is transparent enough. But when you talk to people like Elite Dangerous refugees, people who come from the Elite Dangerous side of things, they're like, you get fucking weekly videos? What? You know what's in the next patch? You know, like the shit that we get that I'm like, because like, how do I put this? When Elite Dangerous people come from Elite Dangerous and say the Moby Glass is so good, and I sit here with my mouth agape going, it's a piece of shit. How do you like the Moby Glass? Is it that bad in Elite? I don't lose anymore. I have a new channel making content about something else. That's good to know. Are you doing a completely different channel, Noob? Or is it just you're changing from Star Citizen to other stuff? I think that's the Lance. I think that's the good point as well. Is that I think most people are not really upset about the delays or the roadmap changes. They're mostly upset about the whole some people are being loud comment. If like CIG had just dropped that and just said, "Hey, we're going to change this," I don't think anyone would have said anything. I think people would have been upset still, but link it there, Noobify. Link it in the chat. Link it in the chat. I can send people your way. I didn't know you had a different one. Oh, sweet. I didn't know you were part of the esports team. Difference SCCP, but yes. CCP in dark period, yeah. Plus this is OnlyFans. You guys an OnlyFans? Link that too. I'm disappointed in the Tone Dead comment. Yeah, I'm actually happy about the roadmap changes. I think it could have been said better. I don't think it's untrue. like I'm going to be blunt about that. There are people who looked at the roadmap and went, we're getting it here. And when it didn't happen, they threw a fit. But that's also CIG's fault. And I'm not going to rehash that a fourth time, but we already been over that. Question. Did anybody else notice I might be making things up today, but it looked like new renderer pop potentially? Oh. Maybe? There's some methods of, we're going to go over the monthly reports, but yeah, exactly. It can be true and still be fucking stupid. Before was the link. I want the link to your new channel. CIG has been moving goalposts for years. If Jake wrote that, he needs to not post when he's under the influence. Yeah. People can make mistakes. I think it was a mistake. I don't think it was intentionally meant to be hurtful. I think it was just too direct. People would like to claim that no matter what, removing the part of the clear second roadmap will give more freedom to change the order of things more effectively and still get rid of those annoying people who just complain. In addition to the main roadmap, there it continues to be give the necessary information. I mean, that's what I would think. Like, I don't think setting expectations for what's coming in 6 months when they don't even know if it's going to come into 6 months is a good idea. Tell me the name of it, and I'll look it up. Fire. What's the name? Type the name out. I went back over the last couple of weeks to Elite, mainly to try out Q2's VR. It was fun. It's still fun, Horizons. I just think that FZ's new developments have nearly catastrophic issues. Exactly. Jake doesn't source ingredients, he just makes the pie. Ubifire Competizone. Alright, let me find it. I'm gonna find it. Alright, found it. Here you go. Go follow oh, you already have it. Thank you, Demico. There you go. I'll post it in here too. There you go. Go follow it. Nice. You want to go fast? There we go. CIG blows 80% of their deliverables. They not really. They used to. I think that's hyperbole a little bit. They blow probably about 50% of their deliverables. Still not an insignificant amount, but it used to be worse. They used to blow 80% of the deliverables. Last year was a little bit better, but yeah. So yeah, just drop the section of roadmap where we cannot hold their PM accountable for missing targets. I mean, why would you want to hold like in what world does having the ability to see the targets where they have no idea if they can be complete or not? Like, how does that help anybody? You're not holding them accountable. CIG's been missing, as if you said, like, if you honestly believe CIG's been missing 80% of the targets, they miss 80% of the targets and they're still getting funding. Like, it's not stopping anything. You're not holding anybody accountable. Have I seen Ray's guide to video? Ray's guide's video? No, I haven't. I haven't watched anybody's real video on this because I haven't really decided to. Which is one of those things where, like, I'm not much into the whole, like, figuring what everyone's saying, because I'm kind of done with that shit, just in general. I'm just numb to it. Yeah, they've gotten better, just not better. Not better enough, I think, for a lot of people. Slightly unhappy? Is that, are you trying to say he was super pissed? Yeah, if you look at it, let me show y'all what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. It looks like some stuff from VR from Project Cars and some other stuff like that. Here, let's watch this.
Hello and welcome to Noobifier Competition, a brand new place to explore my long-standing interest in automotive competition and car culture. Before Star Citizen, I spent over 10 years building a race car. I have so much more to give, and I don't want to compromise what we've already built on the Noobifier main channel. Things are going very well there, and the audience expects Star Citizen-focused content. So I will continue to give you the information and the edge that you need there. Now that I'm retired and I have the time to, you can see the other side of being a member of an esport team virtual. Noobifier Competition is the new place where I can stream our race events live, publish training, tips and hardware, event recaps, and interact directly with the community. Noobifier Competition is also my place where I can learn how to stream on a smaller scale, as this is not something I want to learn on a large scale. Learning with a smaller audience lets me be better sooner to expand into streaming Star Citizen in the future. This is all calculated and part of a much larger plan. I'd like to invite you to watch both communities grow with the same high quality, energetic, and concise content. Your support now at the beginning is critical for our future success, so please subscribe and stay tuned for something different. In the future, if you see the live notification, please stop in to check it out and say hello. I hope you enjoy any time you spend with us. Rubber side down, shiny side up, pedal down.
That Canadian woods. Yeah. The basic gist of it is CIG said that they've changed some things around. They're no longer going to show the roadmap beyond one patch out. But the thing that people got really upset about is that CIG basically said that one of the reasons behind this change was because the community would throw a shit fit every time something got moved. And so they just wanted to not deal with it anymore. Which is not untrue, but it also removes any fault from CIG's side, saying we fucked up because CIG was the one who set expectations at the very beginning, which is why this is good. It sets expectations better expectations for what's coming out in the near future. Yeah, but Salvage wasn't moved in this last patch. That's the thing. Salvage wasn't moved at all. Like, none of the stuff you'd expect people to cry about was moved, so. It's the point of doing something for 6 months. Obviously, it's impossible to be accurate, but when the prediction don't work out, what happened? People complaining. Why would you keep the roadmap to make people mad? It was a great decision. It will come out regardless roadmap. Stop being anxious and wait. Yeah, everything is gonna. I think this is the right move long term. It is. We still have the progress track and other things, but that's just me. It's actually TV Liquid, the motion rig. Ooh, nice. Nice. Wait, like Liquid? Like the Star Citizen streamer? Yeah, go follow Noob's new channel. I actually might watch it. There's that new VR. There's a new VR game that I've been hearing people talk about. That's like racing and stuff like that. Or it's a physics simulation. That's what it is. I don't know if you've played that. Salvage move again. Yeah. Oh, no, it's slipping to 319. I don't think it'll slip beyond 319 though. Yeah, Salvage wasn't moved yet. Yeah, the fact that if you look at the roadmap, and most of the stuff that's there was remains, or is not remains. Most of the stuff there is like, hey, we don't know it's going to fall in 317 or 318. It's like, oh, okay, that's not terrible. But then, like, the one thing that I was looking forward to the most, which was the taxi missions, was just like we don't know where it's going to land. It's like, God damn it. I know I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up because that was actually moved from 316 to that too. Hey, Lilymon. Salvage 42. Salvage won't slip, but 319 will. Whew. Yeah, I think Salvage moving to 319 makes sense because it's a big, complicated thing that I can imagine will require other deliverables to happen as well, like persistence and such. And if those don't make it in on time, then Salvage will probably be delayed a little bit. So bumpers moving bumpers. Something hits, something's going to have to move. And also, anything that can slip to CitizenCon will slip to CitizenCon. Intentionally or not, seems like CIG likes to have their cool shit shown off at CitizenCon. CIG wanted to reduce some of the tension they're causing. CIG just need a slower rollout and a soft tact approach. A fair amount of players' base is wound too tight, looking for a trigger. Yeah. But coffee at Area 18. Exactly. Coffee is going to solve all our problems. So the taxi missions will be fun because the cutting steel can become the bus. I'm still pulling for the freelancer bus. Make it yellow is the skin, but a freelancer where the entire back end is swapped out for just seats. You know you want it. You know you want it. The freelancer bus. I really hope they get the taxi stuff going to both for NPCs needing taxis and AI driving between ships, between planets. Yeah, I mean, it's important to keep into context that the taxi stuff was supposed to be between stations, not planets. So you'd pick up an NPC at a station, you take them to another station. You wouldn't go down to a planet. Hey, Q-Pen. If I can steal the espresso machine like we did with the bartender soda gun, I'll be happy. Hey, Ferrisol. Welcome, everybody. Why work on 2 games at once, though? Why not finish the one you started? Because, in theory, working on Squadron 42 and Star Citizen at the same time should make future iterations of Squadron faster. Because you're not really working on 2 games, you're just working on one big game that's split into 2 sections. Everything in Squadron is going to Star Citizen, everything in Star Citizen's in Squadron, bar a couple of assets which are Squadron Squadron exclusive. So because they're working on the same engine and they're working on the same game, the idea was to work on them both at the same time. That's also just a holdover from the Kickstarter. So. Cuddy Coffee Cart. There we go. Yeah, they're literally the same game. Like it's best to think of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen as 2 parts of the same game, because that's what they are. Argo coffee shops. Mwah. Criminal Taxi? Yes. I mean, I don't think that would be uncalled for. That'd be a really good mission. A taxi mission where it's like, we broke out of prison, come pick us up. Mobile barista gameplay. Listen, I'll say it again. I'm offended that CIG decided to put coffee in the game before we have pizza. All right, Jared still owes the entire community pizza, and they missed the perfect opportunity to release pizza in 3.14. And it may sound like I'm joking, but I'm not. Like, if there's one fucking meme that I want to see, it's pizza. They even have it in the fucking ads, like in the little release like the food thing, when they were talking about the release of food, they had a bunch of like screenshots. They had a dude eating a slice of pizza. Like, why are you fucking taunting us? Just give us the fucking pizza. They talked about Noodles, Big Benny soonish. They've also talked about like vending machine behaviors for AI. So pizza folding tiers are still in development. It requires server meshing for pizza folding to work properly. I think Jake's asleep. We finally chased Jake away. Okay, so that's a story. How did Jared do that? Okay, so there was some... they were playing Star Citizen, or there was a quiz show they were doing for one of these Star Citizen lives. And Tyler Whitkin made a bet with Jared, which Jared said, no, I'm not going to take that bet. Which was, if Jared got it wrong, or if Tyler got it right before Jared, then Jared owed the entire community pizza. And Jared did. Or Tyler did. He beat Jared. So Xylo beat Disco Lando. So the promise was made. You're almost as salty as the pizza. Most of us are lost on the release view. I'm numb about the release view. I don't care. If it means less people screeching, and it means that we have like what's on the release view actually releases, I'm all for it. And I don't actually think, like, to address the title of the stream and everything, like, I don't think this is the end of transparency. We still have transparency. We still have the monthly reports, which we're going to go through here shortly, for both Squadron and Star Citizen. We still have ISCs. We still have SCLs. We still have the progress tracker. The progress tracker could be improved. It's still there. But I don't think knowing what's planned for December that may or may not make it will actually help the community any. It doesn't give you an idea of where Star Citizen is going. You can see the progress tracker to see that. But releasing the release view was there to originally give you an idea of what's going to be released. But if it's not going to make it, there's no point. And if CIG is so hesitant to cut things, it makes sense to just not put it on there in the first place. People will whine no matter what is done. Yeah, but you can mitigate that. Like, people will still ask, where the fuck is X? I'm waiting for X. You know, insert whatever feature there. But now you can just point to the progress tracker, because those people won't read it anyways. Because people don't read. The noodle delivery thing was a joke, but I think people do actually believe it. X is going to give it to you. Yeah, but CIG won't give X. X will give it to you, though. Hopefully Paul makes it up by telling you to score piece of war. All right, let's talk about this, because I've actually been doing some research on... I'm finishing up a video for the new Imperators, the Imperators post-Mezer era, which may be nothing but Greek to half of you who are just like, what the fuck did you just say? Did you just insult my mother? But effectively, the UEE, the government that the humans are under with Star Citizen, has this office called the Imperator, which is kind of like a president position, chief executive officer. And originally it was held by these dictators called the Mezers, but then they overthrew the Mezers and tried to completely reform the government. But the people who joined the revolution but were more moderate were like, yeah, fuck that, we're keeping the government. So they kind of reformed the government a little bit, but it's still effectively a fascist government, an oligarchy, as it will. So they kept the position, but just made it elected. So the Imperator is an elected position. You're there for 10 years. You have almost entire power, like ultimate power, but you do have some checks and balances against you. So there have been like 16 Imperators since the fall of the Mezers, and who are elected, and they all have their own lore behind them. One of them was the creator of the ARC project. Now, the ARC project is the outgrowth of Project Vespa. Project Vespa was a project which is the most fashy thing I've ever seen. It's like straight up Nazi wonder weapons kind of bullshit. It was a late Mezer era attempt to turn what are effectively giant fucking lasers into death machines. Now, these lasers were terraforming lasers, and you have to build them in space. They're so unwieldy and big that you have to build them around a planet and then tune it to the right planet's atmosphere, and it can take years. But the Mezers thought that this very delicate, important piece of equipment could be used as a weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, it didn't fucking work. So... The person who was in charge of the ARC project, Marshal Leon, was the secretary for, the diplomatic secretary for the UEE under the first new Imperator. And he decided he was going to take those terraforming platforms that were around the TIAC system, and then use those to build a giant station. Not just a station. It's more like a giant megastructure with quantum engines. Calling it the ARC. The ARC is a giant floating structure that was designed to, A, be a neutral ground for diplomacy. In fact, it's so neutral that the UEE doesn't actually control it. They built it, but legally, the ARC is controlled by a private foundation that the UEE helped fund, but they work on their own. And the secondary goal was to create the largest repository of information in the galaxy. Never really worked with the first one because it was so expensive to move the ARC that it would never pay for itself. They couldn't ever get it to pay for itself. But it did end up being this giant repository of information, a giant library. And out of that library, the ARC project, the ARC Foundation eventually built two specific things which are used all over the galaxy. The Galactipedia, which is just kind of like a big encyclopedia that's updated with all the information that the ARC can have, and the Star Map. The ARC Star Map is the thing that we use in game. In theory, the Star Map app. But there is the actual ARC Star Map on the website, which is what it's supposed to be more like. So Yeah, it was a giant. It's literally beating swords into plowshares, is what it was. I love it when you speak lore to me, Paul. I know you're a teacher. Are you a history teacher? Yes. Well, I teach social studies, but yeah, history is one of the things I do. Wait, so they aren't just magic fixing lasers? They are magic fixing lasers. They just take a long time and require a lot of calibration. Oh, we got to talk lore again. We're having so much fun with the salt. Someone asked for lore. I'm going to go off about it. Thank you, Captain No Pants. Close enough explains the level of lore. I like all lore. Like history, to me, history is nothing but...
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
At this, I like history because I like stories. Like the actual history, like actual stuff in history is insane. Like people who know World War I history know what I'm about to say, but like the story behind the start of World War I is a fucking comedy. Like straight up fucking comedy. Like you couldn't make that shit up. If they took that one for one and made it into a movie, no one would fucking believe it. It'd be a great black comedy. I'm surprised it hasn't been created into a black comedy. Where like effectively they are actually adding the Galactipedia app. As a new player in an Aurora MR, should I participate in Xenothreat event? Yeah, do it. Go nuts. If you're a new player in the Aurora, just start moving boxes, or at least like get into a box area and talk with the local people and help them move boxes. Just make sure you have a multi-tool. And if you're feeling spicy, go kill some Xenos. Go kill some space terrorists. Do it. People need guns too. So if someone's like, hey, I'm going to pull out a big ship, go gun for them. As long as you have the mission active, you make money. And the longer, like if you're in the area and someone shoots down a fighter, you get money. If people drop off packages, you get money. So as long as you have that mission active, you're making money. So if you're a new player with an Aurora, you will leave Xeno, like this Xenothreat event, you will leave it with like 1 million UEC. Easy. Easy money. You mean a size 10 torpedo? Aurora? You mean a size 10 torpedo? Yeah. A stupid coincidence made the start of the greatest conflict in human history up till then. Yep, World War II is a crazy story. World War I is a crazy story, yeah. It was freaking dominoes. It was, and it's stupid. The fact that, all right, I can give you the whole context, but I'll tell you the very basics for those of you who don't know this, or you may vaguely remember it from history class. World War I started because a driver got lost and a dude decided he wanted to have a sandwich and a beer. That's it. A driver got lost and a dude decided he wanted to have a sandwich. Boom, all of 20th century fucked. Yeah, the dude with the sandwich wanted to kill the guy the driver was driving, the guy who was driving. But the fact of the matter is that the guy who tried to kill the dude who was in the car tried to kill the dude in the car earlier and fucked up, which is why he went to go get a sandwich, because he didn't know what was going on, and most of his friends who tried to kill the dude in the car failed. But it just so happened that the dude who was driving didn't know where the fuck he was, because he was from out of town, and stopped to look for directions right in front of the dude who tried to kill him earlier. All of the 20th century is because of that. It was an important sandwich, though. If the dude who was trying to get the sandwich, Gavro Princip, Yes, grab a pizza. If he decided, if his favorite sandwich shop was somewhere else in town, this would have never happened. So hold on, I'm talking about a time traveler. No mustard, gas for the sandwich. I ever considered doing the locals / Rumble account? I don't want to give you money, YouTube money. I have a Discord Patreon. I don't know what locals and Rumble is, but I have to look that up. Yeah, it should be in the description. The Patreon should be in the description. If it's not, let me know. I'll put it in there. Stop talking about food. I'm going to gain more weight because of you. Yeah, you blame me. Blame me for that. Yeah, if Dry didn't try to back up. Or yeah, if he brought a proper map and knew where he was going, planned out everything. And yet Germany was blamed for it. Yeah, yeah. After all of that, Germany was blamed for it. Then it was done in fucking Serbia. To an Austrian. Yeah, but it's Germany's fucking fault. Oh, I love Laserpig. Laserpig is fantastic. He's my new favorite. My new favorite YouTube channel. A drunk gay man from Scotland telling history. Mwah. He's one of my people. As a fellow queer, I approve of this. As a fellow queer historian, I approve of this. Who enjoys alcohol. Yeah. The war would have still happened. World War I would have still happened. It would have been something else that had caused it. It was almost inevitable something like that was going to happen because people were just too angry. But the fact that it was this fucking comedy, this black comedy that happened as a result because of it it's just nuts. To be fair, the first of our war is because some guy wanted to see some birds pooping. To be fair, that is also true. Yeah, if you don't know about Laserpig, he's not a small channel anymore. Sort of. He knows a lot of people. I think he's friends with the Internet Historian. He hangs out with a lot of the same people who hang out with that stuff. So the first Tavaran War happened because some jackass who discovered that the Tavaran existed decided he was going to get closer, completely breaking the fucking rules of first contact that were issued by the UPE at the time. Or UPE at the time. Was it the UNE? Might have been UNE. No, I think it was UPE. Yeah, the UPE at the time. They had rules for first contact, what you do when you find a new advanced civilization. And this guy thought he was better than everybody else and decided to get closer. He launched a fucking probe at the Tavaran. And so the Tavaran chased him out of the system. Fucking surprise. Curiosity literally killed humanity. Yeah, exactly, Fish. He's hilarious. Laserpig's hilarious. He is also fond of taking many hot takes, which will piss off a lot of people, including that the T-34 is utter garbage, and that the Panther is stupid. He does a lot of that kind of stuff. But Curiosity's on Mars. Damn you, Curiosity, causing intergalactic wars or interstellar wars. I'm triggered I'm triggered just hearing that. Yeah. Have you seen the Blackadder series on World War I? I haven't actually watched Blackadder. I'm a fan of like a lot of British stuff, but I haven't watched Blackadder. No, British tanks were superior because they kept the key-making capabilities. Listen, I'm just going to say the best tank of World War II was the Sherman. It was the worst tank of World War II. Well, it wasn't the worst tank of World War II. It wasn't the best tank. But you know what? They built fucking tons of them. And they didn't kill their crew members. Like, the crew had like an 80% survivability rate. So the crew could get out and get into another Sherman. You could lose 15 Shermans to kill a Tiger. That Tiger was irreplaceable. Those 15 Shermans will come be rolling off the boat before you even blink. Now I'm triggered. I hope the aliens arrive one day and just hand us a violation for littering as they drop Voyager on the ground. That'd be a great way of those are the kind of aliens you want to meet, with those with a sense of humor. I'm not much into those kind of arguments about which military equipment was better or worse. Mostly because I think that a lot of military history is weird fan fiction. It's not saying that military history is bad or that military historians are bad, but I think there's a lot of fetishization of military history. When it, like, really what matters is what the aftermath of those battles were and how it impacted the political structures and the average lives of the people in them for the time. We often put way too much, especially as historians, we put way too much emphasis on military history. They're cool and they're fun, but like, as a fellow historian once put it, when if you're a history nut, you didn't get into history because you wanted to hear about the lives of midwives in colonial America. You got into history because tanks are fucking cool, and and battles are awesome, and swords are fucking amazing. But after you get in there and you read all about that stuff, you're like, what else is there? And you find out about these crazy stories of midwives and like how the fucking penicillin was created. And you're like, now I got to know more. The best tank was the inflatable. Yeah, it was. It tricked the shit out of the Germans. The best tank was the tank that survived. But then the learning about the Confederate smuggling was a deep rabbit hole. And then you learn about the dude the slave who hijacked his the boat, the gunboat that he was on, to give it back to the Union, and then was commissioned as a commander of that gunboat and sent back down to raid the Confederate strongholds. And you're just like, man, what the fuck? Yeah, African history is fascinating too, especially like the salt trade and how salt, ivory, and gold was valuable. Like Ethiopia itself and how it just gave zero fucks for like so many generations. It stopped pretty much every major empire that tried to fuck with it. It just said, fuck you. Yeah, great man history I'm big of. I think the price of salt tanked today. Back to Star Citizen, yeah. All right, let's talk about the other part that I was going to talk about, which is monthly report. January monthly report. So, like, the real shame of all of this drama is that the monthly report's actually pretty cool. Now I'm not gonna do a capsule. The reason I'm not doing a capsule is because I'm late on my latest Galactic Historian. It should be finished by tomorrow, but usually it's on Wednesdays. I was going to be super late and have it come out next week, but then God graced me with freezing weather and power, and an actual power, so I actually have the ability to produce. Like, spend the time I would be at work making videos. Do I think the British Museum will ever get back what it stole? Nope. That's the other thing you learn about history is the that our ancestors, the people who came before us in history and archaeology were just grave robbers. We're just shitty grave robbers and dicks. Back to Star Citizen, though. Oh, piss poor Pete. The French started giving stuff back. Yeah, well, it's just because of the French. The British didn't even want to stay with Europe. What the fuck would they want to give back the shit they have to, like, Egypt? When they can't even like their neighbors, let alone the people they used to control 100 years ago. Sounds like my dad, except for he wasn't a grave robber. He's just an asshole. Yeah. Astrobub, do you think we will ever see derelict stations crash into planets like the derelict Everest Harbor? Like a derelict Everest Harbor? Maybe. That's a possibility. Did they teach you the part about the aliens built the pyramids? Yes. That's part of the secret Illuminati cult ritual that we do when we try to cover up all of the things, like the fact that the Earth is flat. Aliens are lizard aliens are stealing chemicals from children to stay young forever. You know, that sort of thing. Off topic, back to lore. Look up the Black Pants Legion. Oh, I love Black Pants Legion. So, for those of you who don't get me with lore, I watch Black Pants Legion. I watched, I haven't watched them in a while. I want to say Bubba, but that's not the right one. Oxhorn. I watched Lupin would kill me if I said that. I watched Luton. I watch Eckhart's Ladder. I watch Generation Tech. I watch lore channels that are not Star Citizen based. They're all great. I take a lot of inspiration from those channels to try to kind of do with my own stuff as well. The Grimdark Narrator, not really. I do watch Oculus Imperia, though. I listen to Oculus Imperia, which is good. Lupin is an anime. Yeah, it is. I like Lupin, too. Lupin the Third. Cam and I, when we're painting for 40K stuff, we listen to the Adeptus Ridiculous, which is another good one as well. Oh, yeah, it's the same YouTube channel. Yeah. Started watching 40K lore videos. I take the medical cannabis edibles. Gosh, it was so good to zen out to, especially Luton. Luton has that voice, man. He has that voice. Wolf Lord Row. Don't forget the massive ice wall around the edge of the world. Yes. Back on topic. AI seems to be improving. It is. Yes. Both in-game and in the roadmap. Read the thing for me? I'm going to. Yes, I'm going to read this for you. Because nobody in Star Citizen wants to read. I will read you the monthly reports. All right, AI content. AI content began in 2022 by completing their Speed Protocol pass on the arcade and vending machines. Speed Protocol is a CIG animation term that describes the implementation of motion capture data in a fast but rough way. Replacing block animations with new speed assets gives the team their first impression of what the final usable and behavior will look like, and allows them to verify the speed, length, and performance that will deliver what's intended. The vending machine is a food and drink item provider used by hungry and thirsty NPCs. The current implementation provides a single fizzy drink option, but after this groundwork is done, the team will be able to rapidly implement more consumables such as alcoholic drinks, noodles, soup, and sandwiches. AI, not AA, but AA is in here too. But not Alcoholics Anonymous, the other AA. Anti-aircraft. Now I find the M50 a giant pain in the ass, not worth killing. Yeah. We're pleased with the results. The AI animation feels natural, although the hardest part was keeping the AI looking realistic while waiting for the item to dispense from the machine. Next step is to implement NPCs that steal from the machines and frustrated NPCs that shake them after they fail to dispense. AI team, are you gonna like animate the machine falling on them and crushing them to death too? Oh god, they're gonna do it. The arcade machines are usable that the NPCs can interact with as part of their quote-unquote leisure activity, which is used when they aren't assigned to a particular job. The initial iteration allows NPCs to play multiple rounds of the game before ending victorious or with a game over. This is reflected in their animations with cheerfulness or disappointment depending on the outcome. Both machines passed the current sign-off stage and have been moved into the implementation and polish phases. Are they going to model both the player and the machine getting tilted? Apparently they are. Fast and rough, and then polish and buff. Yeah. Are CIG just creating blueprints for the CryEngine instead of Unreal? I mean, everything's in CryEngine, not Unreal. Well, Lumberyard, but Lumberyard's just a fork of CryEngine. Hey, Zero State. Roadmap. I'm not giving you the roadmap. Roadmap is canceled. The roadmap is canceled. No fun. Only 233? God damn. We in salty Mike territory there. so happy, best news ever.
Good news, everyone.
Remember, I got Thanos snapped except the worst than half. I did see the SRVs in construction. To put it into context, I'm not going to go all the way back because we did just talk about the roadmap. But welcome, everybody. My name is Paul. This is the Office Hours. This is where we kind of do a Q&A, AMA, to come discuss about Star Citizen stuff.
Weapons free, y'all.
Right now we're on the monthly report stuff, but I'll give you the quick and dirty for those of you who just showed up for the roadmap stuff. I think overall what CIG is doing for changing is actually good for like the community as a whole. Just because it'll set expectations a little bit better. I just think that CIG's communication of it was stupid. They could have... CIG wasn't wrong in saying that some people were being dicks when shit gets released. They didn't say everything's getting removed. They didn't say the reason why everything's changing is because of like the community. It's not what they said. But they did say some things that people will interpret negatively, and you don't, just because something is true doesn't mean you should say it. And they also had no responsibility taken, which is a mistake because CIG is responsible for a lot of these problems as well. So, will this be the end of Star Citizen? Will we never know anything ever again? No, but I don't have to know for like clarity's sake, but in terms of like, will it be the end? I have no fucking idea. Oh, and coffee was dumb. Coffee was a dumb addition. Though Jake was here earlier and talking to us, and when Jake was saying, basically what Jake said was, I don't filter the roadmap. If it's coming in, if it comes into my report, I'm gonna put it in the roadmap update. It's not designed necessarily as an appeasement for anything. It was just something we add. And Jake has shown that before, where if shit's gonna be bad, he's gonna add it anyways. He doesn't. When it comes to him, he does it. So Jake is just the messenger. He's just the cook. He doesn't prepare the ingredients. He just bakes the cake. Will Star Citizen have content added next part apart from coffee? Yes, it will. It's also important to take into account that a lot of the stuff that was cut from the roadmap isn't really cut. It's more of in the nebulous zone. Effectively, what CIG was saying with the roadmap update is they don't know if it's going to be released in 3.17 or 3.18, so they removed it from the release view until they can figure out where it's going to land. At least the first bits, like the NPC stuff and the EVA stuff, The stuff that's about persistence, they just don't know when persistence is going to be ready. And the last three, the three that are actually cool, the whole C, the taxi missions, and the what was the last one? The Vandal Swarm stuff. That stuff they have no fucking clue where it's going to land. So it needs polishing. What about all the efforts exclusively tied to it? Yeah, so that's a misconception. What CIG said was that everything that's tied to Squadron 42, they're going to put in Squadron first and then put it to Star Citizen. So that first 4 elements, I'll bring that up again. Damn it. Why did you have to raid me, Zero? God damn it. I just talked about this for 2 hours. No, that's not fair. We didn't actually talk about it. We'll talk about some other bullshit as well, but I'll pull it up real quick. Hey, Xylo. Can we start from the beginning? Yeah, just for you, baby. So this stuff right here, all of these things, if you read it, as the process of migrating these features into the PU is finalized, well, I'll read the whole thing. As mentioned in the previous Roadmap Roundup, as well as the episode of Star Citizen Live, the core gameplay pillar has moved to focus exclusively on Squadron 42. Features developed by this team will be integrated into Squadron 42 first, then migrated over to the persistent universe. This has a twofold benefit. Squadron 42 will benefit greatly from the additional resources and dedicated focus, and the persistent universe will see features that come online in a more complete and polished state. As the process of migrating these features into the PU is finalized, we're temporarily removing the following cards while their PU implementation is evaluated. Basically, things go into Squadron, then they come into the PU. So all of these things, they're in Squadron. They're finishing up with Squadron or done with Squadron. They don't know when they're going to land in the PU. So they've removed them because they don't know if it's going to be now or in the future. So like, it's not that this stuff is gone. It's like, it's probably going to get pushed to 318. And this stuff is all basically persistent streaming isn't ready yet. So it's not ready for this stuff yet. So it's not going to be put in 317. Could make it in 318 if the persistence is ready for it. That's what it is. Like, this stuff isn't gone. It's just in the null zone of waiting. This shit is gone. Like, they don't know when it's going to land because they need more polish and before it releases. So they're removing these cards before they can like figure out when they're going to come out, which is the whole C, the taxi mission D0 and the other stuff. So, or 319 or 320 or 332. Yeah, that's true. It could be any time, but based off of the current track record of CIG, they tend to lean on next patch rather than never. If you see like last year, most of the stuff ended up in just being pushed to a future patch rather than being pushed forever. We haven't had much of salvage in the most recent, like salvage style, kicking the can down the road over time. Oh yeah, so they're pirate and vandal swarm improvements. I think that's stuff that's going through fire sprite. I think that's a different thing. They're just improving that. I don't know why, but hey, noob. Do you think this cuts down on opportunities to hold CIG accountable for their failures to meet goals? As an investor, you're not an investor. You're a purchaser. But yeah, I'd like to be kept informed of the progress of goals to the retro that should invest further. If you don't feel like CIG is making your own personal goals, then don't buy anything from CIG. That's the answer. I don't think this is designed for that. I think it's more designed as a means to manage expectations, because anything out 6 months from CIG, like from like development, is just a guess. And anything can happen in that guess. Shit could go tits up with any single feature that causes a cascade effect on everything. And so it's hard for CIG to guess based off of how they work, how their system works. And it's not just them, it's a lot of, like almost every company I know of that does gaming uses Agile. It's just the way Agile works. Investors gives me NFT Pro vibes, yeah. Isn't Firesprite just doing 2 Years of War? Yes, but they're also doing a lot of this stuff in Arena Commander. They did the updates for, I want to say Dying Star, possibly in Broken Moon, and they did those updates as well. Is Salvage the next big thing coming in? Sounds like it. Yeah, it could come in anytime. So, And then the coffee shop vendor. Now, Xylo, I don't know if you're still here. If you're still here, Xylo, let me explain something. I have a memory that remembers dumb shit. So, this is something I remember. You had some sort of competition with you and Jared, where you said that if Jared lost, he would owe the community pizza. I remember. Where's my pizza, Xylo? In game, please. There's using roadmap as a marketing tool. This stops this kind of a use of the roadmap to focusing on one at a time. Yes. Why do we have coffee and not pizza? This shows a grave miscalculation in the goals of you setting prior prioritization. I want pizza. Okay. You tease me with those like. Pull it up. Let me pull it up. I could find this damn image. I've seen it before.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
There are pictures with pizza. I know I've seen pictures with pizza. People eating pizza. I've teased this before. I can't find it right now. Damn it. Still, pizza. All right, back to the other thing. We must have pizza. Do not question the lore master. I prefer the term Lord of Lore, please. Thank you. The Lord of Lore. Oh yeah, I don't know about Theaters of War. Anyways, let's go back to the thing I was talking about earlier. That's the quick and dirty. I think it was an ill-advised way of talking about this, and CIG still continued to shirk its own responsibilities for its own problems for causing the issue in the first place. And it's something that I don't like CIG doing. Them not admitting that they did anything wrong is constantly a problem. It's not that they don't acknowledge that they're trying to fix things. They do, but they never come out and say, we fucked up, we're sorry, let's move on. Which would move a long way for people. People would be a lot less salty if they did that. I want a salt mine somewhere in Pyro. It's also, everyone calls someone a lore master, right? Lore master. Fuck that. I'm not a lore master. I'm the Lord of Lore. Someone's called me that in Discord. I'm just like, I like that. I like that title. All right, so we're on to the AI tech. January AI tech continued with the first implementation of planetary navigation. The designers are currently testing the feature in concrete use cases and providing feedback to improve usability. The team decided dedicated time to optimizing the tile adjacency calculation. When navigation mesh tile calculation is done in one frame, new data replaces the old calculation. Close by edges of the triangles are then processed to validate which one should be considered the same and allow NPCs to transition from one to another. This is planetary navigation, yes. On the ship side, the team started to work to enable NPC spaceships to land at random planetary locations. The aim is to allow players to request reinforcements, be rescued, or given a lift somewhere. Fucking mint. That's awesome. AI tech continued to bring the subsumption editor in game engine. Oh yeah, by the way, the AI, the subsumption editor for AI has been in the mission team's hands for a month now. Into the game engine, with the designers now actively involved in using the tool. Work will continue for a few more sprints as the team removes blockers to prepare to move into this next phase. So it means that they can start moving mission AI into subsumption mode, which is pretty cool. Or subsumption being added to this, a lot of that stuff. For NPC locomotion, a plan was devised to address the majority of existing locomotion issues. One critical part is utilizing feature test maps to verify all locomotion functionality. For example, automatically verifying NPCs moving along paths, moving to destinations, moving and aiming, and moving and looking. It's pretty cool. Alongside this, they split collision types between players and AI to enable proper collision without characters getting stuck. For example, in narrow corridors and doorways. Although collision avoidance is a complex topic that will be solved through multiple interconnected systems, this is a step towards verifying some of the existing functionalities.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
And seeing how they can best be utilized. They also continue looking at unifying the look of the aim component. I just realized we didn't. Can someone give me give a follow command for Zero State? And I realized Zero State was probably doing Xeno threat. So how was that, Zero? I feel like an asshole because I've been so wrapped up in this bullshit for the last couple of hours. You always show up late. It's all right, Evergame. We're going through this right now. We just got started with the monthly reports, which is better anyways. Thank you, Q-Pan. Would not grant you the rank of master. I'm not a master, I'm a lord. Mr. Lull. Yes. Did I say zero? Whatever. Xeno threat with Zero State. You went to bed? Ah, it's all right. It's been a long day for all of us. It's been a long day for me too because it's cold. I don't know if Xylo's still in chat, but fuck! It's -4 in Austin. It's nothing but ice outside. I'm trapped in here for the next couple of days. Is Xeno on? Xeno is on right now, yeah. So this is phase 2, I think. Dropped early. Zero threat it is. So I'm not going to do the Squadron 42 update after this. I'm going to do it next week because I'm already been streaming for 3 hours and I need to get some sleep. And I usually don't like doing these two back to back. So yeah, next week I do Squadron 42, but I do them alternating weeks. So it's not -4 Fahrenheit, it's -4 Celsius. But Austin is not built for -4 degree weather. Ice is bad when you have no vehicles that can travel on ice and there is no salt trucks or anything like that. Oh yeah, Aimless, because you live on the underside of the world with no ozone layer, so you're boiling. Think of that sub for 9 months there, McGrady. Listen, Bike, you're probably living in an area that's used to -11 degrees Celsius. Nothing here is built for sub-zero temperatures. They're trying to call him master. It's not even plows, it's the ice. The ice is bad because, like, you need to have, like, salt and that kind of stuff to melt the ice. Not even if you have snow tires. If you don't have snow tires, if you don't have chains or traction. Get a tank. It's legal in Texas. Well, here we go. For NPC locomotion, a plan was devised to make locomotion issues. One critical part is utilizing feature test maps to verify all locomotion functionality. For example, automatically verifying NPCs moving along paths, moving to destinations, and moving and aiming and moving and looking. Okay. Alongside this, they split collision types between players and AI to enable proper collision without characters. We already talked about this. While continuing to support NPCs using trolleys.
Good news, everyone.
Dear God, they're giving NPCs trolleys. Splitting the atom was a mistake, CIG. I don't want you to recreate the atomic bomb with your NPCs and trolleys. This is not going to end well for anybody. The team has worked on simplifying the way NPCs push objects before moving to another location, leaving the objects behind. Great, the trolley problem, but with AI. I get that joke out loud. I get that. Yeah, Razgriz, the problem isn't necessarily that the ice exists and that you don't know how to drive on the ice, but other people don't know how to drive on the ice. Texans don't know how to drive through fucking rain. Water falls out of the sky and it's like the end of the world is happening. No one knows how to drive. Darmok and Jalog at the warehouse? Yes. Is the coffee vendor free guy? I like Ryan Reynolds. 200 people in Minnesota. NPC's getting trolleys. Dear God, why? It's the end of the world. I agree, Raphael, that like CIG is doing something to help its staff. I get that. But at the same time, CIG could also admit its own problems in the making, rather than just being just putting seemingly putting all of the blame on the toxic reaction by the community, because there is toxic reaction by the community. No one denies that, and if they do, they're the people who are toxic. But to say that CIG has no place in that reaction is misleading. CIG they made their own bed with that. And it's not like the people who work at CIG. Those people aren't the problem. The people the coder who's just coding the goddamn game, he's just doing a job. He may really like the job, but it's just a job. It's not his fault. It's the managers and the upper management who made those decisions. And they should be held accountable. They won't because of how these things work. But, you know, the best thing you can do is say, hey, you admit your own faults and move on. As long as you're improving it. But not toxic. Maybe slimy, but not toxic. Oh, yeah. Imagine when Cairo got snow years ago. Yeah, that's Texas. All right. This involved getting several use cases to allow all the systems, track view, editor simulations, subsumption behaviors, etc., to work together so NPCs have a constant way of understanding their state and intention. An inverted index data structure was implemented to allow subsumption XML library to efficiently cache different data and index it based off the associated tags. This was necessary for implementing efficient conversation search. The goal is to provide a way to correctly select appropriate conversations between multiple NPCs based on the topics they want you to talk about, their roles and their locations, and more. Is this between the player and NPCs or between two NPCs? I think it's player and NPCs, but bugs and issues were also fixed for Alpha 3.16.1 release. It sounds like the AI that we currently have in game doesn't run on subsumption. Or if it does, it runs on an older version of subsumption. Because that's what it seems like they're doing here, is they're adding subsumption into the AI. I mean, in the past, if you've been watching this long enough, you've probably seen me in the past talk about, see various updates where they talk about like different like professions or like profiles, like explorer, security guard, hawker, vendor, surgeon, those sorts of things, which exist, and they're trying to put it into the game. So I don't know. It's interesting to think. Those are between two NPCs with ambient conversation. I'd love to see that. Like two NPCs talking is one of those things that it's like that adds to the game so much. Do you think there will be more deaths from elevators or NPCs with this or with trolleys? That is not a bet I would willing to take. I have no idea. That's like asking who's gonna claim more bodies, the ground or asteroids. That's a fucking impossible question. Might as well ask me how many angels dance on the head of a pin. Like, probably something probably needs to restart or trigger the AI scripts, possibly. Didn't you all get snow last year? Must you never learn? We did learn. Our government refused to pay for anything. And, we got absolutely shafted by gas prices. Animation. The animation team began the year fixing issues with bartender and patrons and creating the vendor behavior. The first of which is a basic coffee vendor. There we go. That's why the coffee vendor's in there, because it's the bartender for the bartender for bartenders. It's what they're using to fix bartenders. They also worked on animation for security behavior and progressed with the arcade and vending machine usables. That's why it's on there as well. On the facial front, time was dedicated to creating facial animations for various usables. If you notice NPCs no longer giving you the 1,000-mile stare all the time, thank the facial team. Thank God. Art characters. January saw the artists wrap up on concepts for Xenothreat and Headhunters gang outfits for Pyro. Nice! Pyro. They also finished the Can we see them? That'd be a great place to put that picture there, CIG. They also finished the concept for Backpack intended to work with the upcoming salvage mechanics. The character artists progressed with Frontier-style clothing for Pyro, upcoming subscriber items, and Ninetales asset variants. Thou shalt not see. You must only read, not pretty pictures. Now you are legally allowed to end the stream. Thank you, Unknown Guardian. Have a good day at work. This is from Star Citizen, Fish. The music in the background is just a compilation. It's a melody of all the Star Citizen background information, music. So if you look up Star Citizen music, it'll be on there. I like the implicit wake-up call. Like the icing on the cake is the best update ever. All right, the character arts progressed with Frontier-style clothing, Pyro equipment, Strabiners, and Ninetales asset variants. Those are cool. I'd like to see those. Art ships. In the UK, the ship team progressed with the MISC Hull A, finalizing the cockpit and dashboard layout, exterior lighting, and all component bays. The Viz area pass was completed too. The RSI Scorpius progressed through January with most of the exterior now and final art complete. Nice. Significant effort went into the component bays and other hatches needed across the hull. The interior and the wings are progressing well and are approaching final art. The Banner Merchantman is approaching white box complete, with the team doing more white box phases due to the ship's sheer size and complexity. Plus, the great progress was made on the unannounced vehicle mentioned last month, while another began its white box phase. It's the bomber that's coming out in Invictus. I'm using my psychic powers to tell you that it's a bomber that's coming out in Invictus. And when it happens, and a week beforehand, the leaks team, the pipeline group, whatever they're called now, when they say that they have secret interior information, know that they pulled it from me in my psychic visions. Not the Volpa, let me show a picture of it. Hold on. This one. It'll look something like these three. You know how I know? This is the Quad. This is the Spartan. And this is the Odyssey. So we have the Odyssey, the Spartan, the Quad, and we're still missing the Bomber. Which would be perfect to sell at Invictus, don't you think? Just saying. I don't know what I put money on the line for, Bick. I don't know what it was. I don't know what I said, but I'll hold to it. Yeah, the Volpa bomber is pretty cool. That's the Xi'an bomber, isn't it? I think that'll come out once we see the them start working on the Santokyai. No. Yeah, the Santokyai. The U.S.-based team moved the Drake Vulture through its final art, lighting both the interior and exterior, finishing the wear damage phases. They're currently closing out LODs and cleaning up those loose items prepared for release. The Vulture's ready to go. The Consolidated Outland Hover Quad received its final polish and received a few minor additions to the dashboard and thrusters. The team progressed with final art for the Drake Corsair's cockpit and mess hall. They're currently working through solutions for added chow line features and other ship items to the limited space of the mess hall. They also polished the walls, framework, and canopy frame for the cockpit. Nice. Can't say I didn't drool over the Vulture. But it's not coming out until 3/18, so. Crazy how the Xi'an are this ugly but make beautiful ships. Hey, humans are pretty ugly too, and we make some pretty fucking amazing ships. It's different there. Outside, I can't tell people in chats that I play Star Citizen. I get banned for peddling scam outside. If I get canceled for liking Star Citizen, I shouldn't be banned or canceled for liking inside a community. They'll teach you everything, especially hate for the game. I just don't bother with that kind of discussions. Like, Star Citizen's just not ready for most people. If someone's coming from another community saying, hey, I'm interested in Star Citizen, they started doing the legwork and are actually asking stuff. But I've stopped years ago trying to go talk to other people about getting to Star Citizen because it's just not worth it. It's not worth the hassle. It's not worth the belief that people have. So, Xi'an is also a city in China. Yes, it's not so subtle hint at what the Xi'an are based off of. Question: do you think the refinery variant of the Starfarer will be able to refuel and cost more than the Gemini? There's no refinery variant of the Starfarer. They're all refinery. The Gemini and the regular Starfarer both have refineries on them. But if you're talking about the refinery ship, I don't know. I don't think it'll be able to refuel. I think it'll be able to refine, but probably not refuel. Yeah, it just doesn't have the fuel scoop. So you can the regular Starfarer can scoop, refine, and distribute. The community team kicked off this week and announced the winners of the Manufacturer Season's Greetings 2951 Luminal screenshots and Payday video contests. They also supported the release of 3.16.1 with Patch Watch that offered additional insight with the derelict ship puzzles and the CDF infographic for the upcoming Xenothreat dynamic event. They also published their usual This Month in Star Citizen post, showcasing the highlights of the upcoming in February. In addition, the community team kicked off Lunar New Year and Red Festival, alongside with the Red Festival screenshot contest. Outside events, the team took time to evaluate the effectiveness of the guide system and worked to set out a plan for improvements/new additions, including exploring additional incentives. They also took a deep dive into a holistic look at engagement and sentiment through 2021, establishing goals to raise the bar even higher in 2022. Lastly, the team has been hyper-focused on a complete overhaul of the web-based community hub, which will soon become a one-stop shop for all things community content, events, and more. It's super cool. Well, hope to see it. Because the current hubs, no one uses it. Can we expect a price hike when you think we're refueling? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think we're going to see like the game. I don't think the game's going up until they get server meshing. But I can guarantee you when they get server meshing, it's going up. Hey, Captain Adam, thank you so much for that 9 months. Baby. We had a baby, Captain Adam. I don't know if the YouTube chat's broken or no one's chatting. Hey, G-Sharp. Is there any word how many days Xenothreat is? I don't know. I think it was on the website. I'll have to look it up at some point. But Phase 2 is happening now throughout the weekend. I think Xenothreat ends this weekend, but it may go on to next weekend. What do you think, chat? Hey, Baron. Chit chat. Yes, chat in the chat. Okay, yeah, you're good. I saw it. It's working. It's okay to just chill. I like, sometimes the stuff will just change, will like shut down. More so price hike for the Starfarer? I think so. I think we'll see a price hike for the Starfarer. I don't think it'll change in game though. You can still buy it in game. demo Squid of the Vulture interior. It's pretty cool. For a Drake ship, it looks pretty good. For a Drake piece of shit. All right, so this is, I'm going to, like I always say when we talk about these monthly reports, when we get to the engine section, I understand some of these words. So some of you who are watching this will probably be smarter than I am. I'm just going to read it out so you can tell me if I'm wrong or not. But phase 2 and 3 run at the same time now. So it's only going to go up to this weekend probably. So Sunday will probably be the last day of Xenothreat. Hey Gemini, thanks for that raid. Welcome everyone from Gemini Stream. I'm Paul. We're looking at the roadmap right now. No, we were looking at the roadmap. I'm not going to go back there, Paul. Don't go back. We spent 3 hours on it. We're doing the monthly report right now. We can't go back. All right, so these are words that I can sometimes understand when it comes to the engine team. In January, the physics teams prepared for the configuration and setup of sim and cloth skins via item ports. I know that. Furthermore, code was restructured to allow mesh banking on soft body instances.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Within the animation system. For vehicles, anti-flip measures were implemented for turtling vehicles using physics movement.
2 words. Distress bacon.
The vehicle inspector tool that's used for development now also allows the team to control stiffness properties. For the renderer,
hunting is a complicated profession.
I'm just going to do this now. I'm done, Bic. No more. I've turned off the audio cues. For the renderer, further progress was made on transition to Gen 12. Various instances buffers are now pre-created to prevent slowdowns at runtime that were caused if created on demand per frame. I understood some of those words. Renderer support is for a not yet streamed in meshes was added. CGA attachments now render via Gen 12. Support for G buffer decals was added. And empty renderer passes can now be skipped in the render graph. Additionally, various optimizations for the reference counting of PSO cache instances during rendering were committed. The team are now looking at supporting WH skinning for Gen 12. Or HW skinning. That sounds like Gen 12 is making progress. If it's good or bad, I have no fucking idea. Roadmap noise taken away because of abuse. Exactly. Noise roadmap. Remembering incorrectly, I think you can swap out the missiles on the nose of the Gemini for a fuel scoop. You might be able to. I don't know if you can or not. I think they may be eventually planned, but... PSO equals pipeline shader object. Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm guessing that these are all things that they're just moving things over from Gen 11 or Gen 10 to Gen 12. They're just moving the base coding to the new renderer. HW skinning? Hardware? Maybe. Fantasy Star Online. Regarding atmosphere and cloud rendering, last month's code cleanup for back integration was completed, and the latest code, including various improvements to features and optimized techniques that are still in progress, was submitted to the development branch. That's cool. Cloud rendering. The adoption of volumetric clouds in Squadron 42 revealed an issue with parameters passing into relevant systems during level loading, which was fixed. For instance, as I constantly say, which is important to remember, these things always pan out. What you see in Star Citizen is what you see in Squadron. There may be some, it may look better in Squadron. It may be a little bit more polished in Squadron in some cases. But pretty much everything we have in Star Citizen is what we have in Squadron because they're the same game. Often Star Citizen gets it after Squadron, though in some cases Star Citizen gets it before Squadron. That's no longer going to be the case. Squadron's getting everything first, but then moving over to Star Citizen. But that's a good example. Like, we've had planetary clouds in Star Citizen for like half a year now, but it's just been added to Squadron and it's causing problems. So the next steps are to looking at another idea for data reprojection to start porting code to Gen 12. On the core systems, the team refactored the recently introduced Arena Allocator into a Buddy Allocator. The Entity Component Update Schedulers, ECUS, visibility calling was improved, and old ECUS code was removed now that the new entity-centric component update code is actively used. Furthermore, the Jobs Manager's wake-up code was further optimized. Part of the team is currently working on area and tag refactoring, as well as continuing to investigate a potential integration of EASTL. Are they actively abusing now? No. PSL allows you to cache out the compiled shaders before running the application and distribute them to clients pre-compiled. So it's part of the streaming stuff, like streaming shade. It's like streaming shades in and out of the like, let's say, the client. So like pre-shades everything, so you don't have to like wait for it to load in. So what you're saying is the PSO kind of prevents pop-ins and pop-outs, or to some degree. Nick, you probably know more than I on that one, so power supply I ordered from Newegg was shipped from China, arrived today in an Amazon box. What? That's confusing. The start of the year saw features team wrapping up code-driven inverse kinematics. This feature offers an alternative to existing animation-driven IK by using asset-specific markups instead of skeleton joints to drive the IK targets and blends them at runtime. This will allow for reduced joints and skeletons, which is good for performance, but also greatly improves iteration time when trying to make different IK solutions. The name comes from code assigning meaning to the asset markup, so the animated feature and its a gameplay or logic working hand in hand. Wasn't IK something they were doing years ago? Are they just finally finishing up IK for characters? Because that was something they like showed off in like 2018 CitizenCon. No frame hitches when you enter a client enters a new shader. The app hasn't used before. Basically means your client doesn't need to compile the shaders when you are running the game for the first time. Basically, no frame drops while waiting for a shader to compile. So it just prevents stutters and frame hitches. Gotcha. Okay, what do you know? That was 4 years ago, yeah. Yeah, I knew IK was always going to be used. I thought it was already in the game. Has it not been in the game yet, or is this just an updated for it? Oh. Another significant undertaking nearing the completion is the full fidelity pass on the player animations used when grabbing something from the suit or putting it back. For example, a grenade from a chest slot or med pen from a side pocket. There are a large number of poses to consider for various stances the player may assume and the conditions they may be in, such as running while drunk or crouched while injured. Currently, the team are reviewing the timings to hit the sweet spot for responsiveness and fast interaction without losing animation quality and readability. Hey, Voided, thank you, man. I'm just a dude. Hopefully I entertain y'all. Gets to those buttery smooth frames. I like butter and I like smooth and I like frames. So I like all those things. So good on you, PSO. Now this is code-driven IK. Their old was an animation-driven IK. So it's an improvement to the IK. So before it was animation, now it's code-driven. That's good to know. So it was in or was being developed, and they've switched it over. Refuel UI. Whew. It looks good, y'all. It looks good. I like it. This was in the roadmap update, or not roadmap update, the monthly report on like Tuesday or Wednesday. I think this was on Wednesday. This was released on Wednesday. So we've had this for a day before it actually ended up on ISC. So. Hey, Starjump. You missed all the drama, Starjump. How's it going, buddy? If you haven't been following Starjump on YouTube, you should. They're an organization, but they also do a lot of animations, which is cool. Features, gameplay. In January, the EU team continued to work on ship-to-ship refueling for release. The remaining bugs for laser trip mines were fixed in support of derelicts, while the last issues with mining gadgets were attended to. Additional work for loot generation began to allow NPCs to carry procedurally generated items in their pockets. This also included adding the ability for a mission feature team to control the items in NPC inventories. That's cool. So what that means is that CIG now has the ability, or will have the ability, to put a mission critical item on an NPC. So if your mission is, we're missing this chip, these assholes stole it, this is their hiding spot, you go in there and kill everyone, or just kill people until you can find the mission critical item and then leave. Yeah, it could also mean pickpocketing, allowing for you to pull stuff out of that sort of things. Do you have a hot take on the roadmap update? Sorry, I missed your comments already. Yeah, I've done it twice already. You can review back to the beginning of the stream for it. The quick and dirty is the roadmap updates are fine. I don't mind the changes. I think the comments were ill-suited and lacked CIG's own culpability in the problems that we're facing with the release view issues. So they just blamed the backers and didn't take any responsibility themselves. Even though the black backers were partially responsible, and yes, they definitely did the things that CIG said they did. But without them saying that they also fucked up, it comes off as them saying it's all the backers' fault and not a two-way street. That's the effectiveness, and I think that's something that CIG should improve upon. Lots of drama today. Salt is the word for it. Not necessarily drama. It's a fucking salt pit in the community right now. Then back alleys and spaceports seem more dangerous. The pickpocketing movie thing. Yeah, it's true. Will there be a benefit for not carrying full tanks? Would you probably run a Starfarer with full tanks at all times possible? Also, do you think the Starfarer could potentially refuel the holds of the other refueler? The Vulcan? Yeah, they could, probably. I don't think that people are necessarily wrong for being upset about the whole thing. I do think that a lot of people are making hay out of nothing. But so fuel in the Starfarer, when can I fill it with distilled spirits? That's the real question. When do we have the beer farer? I really love the ability to non-lethally apprehend an NPC and then search them. Yes, that's there was a sneakily peekly of like a shock weapon, like a taser weapon that they had like a couple of months ago. So, question: which Vanguard is best for a lone pilot? The Sentinel. The Warden's fine, but the Sentinel I think is the best. Well, I just realized the Starfarers are a loophole to refueling pirates. Yeah. Because you can still get them paid for it. Development of engineering gameplay. Oh yeah, development of engineering gameplay loop and life support kicked off too. That's just a casual drop right there. Engineering gameplay and life support starting its development in January. That doesn't mean we're going to see it like soon. But if they're starting the development of it, I wouldn't be surprised if it's there by the end of the year. Hope Dan is on it. I'm pretty sure now that the ship-to-ship refueling is done, I'm pretty sure Dan will be on it. Do you think it's link up with salvage? It might. Yeah, people want to be engineers. So many people want to be Scotty or Haley, or is it Haley? Kaylee. Or, you know, or Amos. Everyone wants to be that guy. It's been unburied. It's been on the progress track for a bit. It's been buried in subtext. It's nice. Good to see that. Why Sentinel compared to the Harb? Can't say that they're fitted the same. Can't they be fitted the same way? Not yet, and I don't think I think they've waffled back and forth with whether they're going to do that or not. But the Harbinger is good, but the size 5 torpedoes are only useful in very select situations, whereas you can get the same sort of utility out of the EMP as the size 5s, because you can just essentially knock out people's shields, and you still have enough firepower on the Sentinel to take that down, especially solo. Well, I'm happy the NPC have dynamic loot, but honestly, I'm not going to say impressed with that. This isn't new tech. Loot tables are long ironed out and for tech for games. Morier, I'm going to burst your bubble. Nothing in Star Citizen is new. Everything in Star Citizen has been done before. Even server meshing has been done before. Star Citizen isn't about new and exciting technologies. It's about taking ideas from many different types of games and smashing them together like some sort of unholy chimera. Gotta deal with that guy. We're good now. Yeah, the scale as well. I got him, AJ. Don't worry about it. Saracen has a lot more ones and zeros than most of their counterparts. That's true as well. That's perspective. It's taking things into perspective. Like, Star Citizen isn't going to have something that you're not going to sit there and go, like, oh, this brand new gameplay that doesn't exist in any game. Like, nothing new under the sun. That kind of thing. You're always going to, you know, nothing in Star Citizen is revolutionary except for everything in Star Citizen. Maybe not necessarily this way, but there's been server meshing goes way back to beyond, like, I think most MMOs have some form of server meshing in there. So those are good. The most famous ones that have server meshing this way are Atlas. There was one that I played a lot of, Life is Feudal. Both of those had server meshing the same way. New World has it. I mean, I think even to a degree, I think WoW even had it with its like instance meshing. Exactly. Server meshing has been done before, but not to the scale or the incorporation of tech that Star Citizen has. Nothing is new in Star Citizen except everything. If this game was funded by investors and not crowdfunding, you would see it released by now. You'd also seen it. You've also seen not seen half of the concept. Like the stuff that's in the game wouldn't even be in the game right now if this was funded by investors. If this was funded by investors, Star Citizen would release in 2016 as Freelancer 2. We wouldn't have planetary landings at all. Some people are okay with it. Most people aren't. Now we'll hold the whole thing is not being punished. The whole thing is about setting proper expectations. And like anybody who says that Star Citizen CIG is blaming all of their problems on the backers and running away is not understanding what CIG is saying. And over exaggerating and creating, letting their own emotions carry them for that, which is fine. I'm not your dad. I'm not your therapist. You can say and feel the way you feel. But I'm also not saying that CIG shouldn't be held responsible for their own things. They should be at least admitting they made mistakes, which they're not. Nothing is new except everything. The Lord of Lore. Yeah. My whole life's a lie. Hey, I'm here. I'm supposed to say hello now. Oh, yeah. Thanks for the stream. Good talk. I hope everyone has a good night. Have a good night there, Foxtrot. Thanks for hanging out. I'm not your therapist. You're not? Also, FOIP is original. FOIP has existed in other games, but not to the degree that Star Citizen has it. But it wasn't something that CIG developed themselves. So it was developed as a program that they use. Let's go through this. Oh, yeah. The U.S. team worked on item selling and reputation gameplay improvements along with background tasks for Q2. Cargo refactor. That's good. I usually do about 3 to 4 hours on, and today was going to be long anyways because we're just discussing those sorts of things. Hey, Tree. Yeah, they could definitely do better at that, but I don't think CIG is vindictive towards the community. I think CIG can get frustrated with the community. And I get why, because to CIG's perspective, especially with the internal development, a lot of what they do, they work hard on a lot of things, and then it doesn't actually show up to the players' hands. And then they get a lot of grief from players who are just like, CIG is not developing. They're not doing anything. They're not being released anything. And like, no matter what they do, nothing is improving. And I also think that a lot of people don't know what sarcasm is and often interpret sarcasm as malice. And that's not like a shit on people who don't get it. It's just Crew is sarcastic. John Crew is very sarcastic. He's that kind of grating personality, just in general. Which isn't always great. A combination of Paul, Jail, and Al is very cathartic to me. You listen to the Lore Citizen podcast, which I gotta do, yeah. Yeah, he's super dry. Like, the jokes about John Crew smiling and laughing is not a joke. Are they working on the Genesis Starliner? I thought they were. I thought they mentioned something about it starting in its concept phase. But I don't know if that's true or not. I think the massive mistake they did was announcing the roadmap changes through written text and not through Chris or Aaron or Cameron announcing themselves. I think even the community team announcing would have been better. And I think they could have been better at their I'm not going to keep talking about this, guys. I've been talking about it for 3 hours. I'm just repeating myself on preach. I know there's new people showing up, which is why it happens. But it's like, I don't know how much I can say differently that, like, CIG seemed to put all the responsibility on the players and not themselves. They kind of did, but they didn't explicitly said, we fucked up. They obviously admit that they fucked up because they're changing things. But it looks bad. And I think CIG needs to change the policy because it's not the first time CIG has done this, where they've just shirked responsibility for something fucking up. More poop mechanic stock, yeah. Do I still think Genesis Stars on a release with passenger missions? I think it could be possible. More pizza talk, yes. Well, I will also say, just some quick updates. I replaced the old mini thing. Now I've got this. It's much better. I also replaced for those of you who watch my gameplay streams, I replaced the stick that was broken, and it was the only one that was available, but I'm not a big fan of Elgato, but 4K capture card. So now you can get glorious 4K streaming. Not 4K, but 1440p. It's what my actual screen is, so I'll be able to actually play it in the right stuff. And I've seen my my live Austin driving on ice is like Disney on ice with car cowboy's hat. Yes, yes. We're okay though. Ice is just kind of stuff. Sir, I'm sorry, sir. I'm here for the clickbait. I spent 3 hours on clickbait, Rough Galaxy. We're to the part. This is. Let me also stop here and say this is one of the problems I have with gamers in general, but the Star Citizen community. There's a lot of talk of CIG becoming more closed and less transparent, and I don't really think that's the case, especially when you have stuff like this. This is a monthly thing. They come out. It's extensive. It takes a long time, but it requires you to read. And nobody got time for that. You know, nobody reads these things. Like, I feel like me and Space Tomato are the only ones who read these updates. And everyone else just listens to me or Space Tomato if they want to get these updates. Jody, you read them. I know you do, Jody, but you're also a content creator. But like I've heard so many people complain like Squadron 42 has no updates. We don't know where Squadron 42 is. And every time you point out, like, there's a monthly update for Squadron 42 every month, and it's not like just nothing. It's it's as long as this is, but for Squadron. Does it tell you exactly when Squadron's coming out? No. But it's there. Like, people don't use it. It's safe to say the owner of this company is making a very comfortable living. And so I was making more or less if this game, they're making more or less of the game that's released. They'd be making more if this game was released. Quite frankly. If this game was completed and finished in a finished form, Star Citizen would be making a fuck ton more money. Because they could advertise the game more frequently. Especially with Squadron. Squadron could easily make, if they released it right and it was in a good state, they could easily make millions. Like, as much as they make in an entire year, they could make in a month with Squadron. There's definitely incentive for them to finish the game. It's not even that like CIG, it's not even like that like Star Citizen gamers don't read. It's like it's just gamers in general don't play games to read. That's why you see the move away from the old classic text RPG and more to fully voiced, because people don't like reading because they just skip dialogue until they get to where they need to and then they get angry. Do you think they should make a series on the YouTube channel that just someone reading monthly reports? Yes. Yes, I do. I think them reading the monthly reports or summarizing the monthly reports would be fantastic. Even if it's just an audio file. People would listen to it. But that's kind of what the patch, the sprint report is. The sprint report is essentially a mini version of this, but it doesn't give you the nuance of everything that's in there. Thank you. Learning about all this now. Yeah, I mean, it's just the reality of Star Citizen is weird because Star Citizen makes at best 80 million a year. Like at best 80 million a year. Squadron 42, which is the single player campaign of Star Citizen, if it's separate but it's in the same universe. When it releases, they have funding lined up for advertisements, and like a decent release would make them 100 million in like the first month. Easily. Because while people believe that Star Citizen's reached saturation point, it really hasn't. Like, there are people who play Star Citizen who don't know what Squadron is. Because contrary to what you'd read on Reddit or in Spectrum, I would say only about 20% of the community is actually active on those sites, at best. Like, and that's if you take like all of the social media sites, Facebook, Spectrum, Reddit, Facebook, they always say Facebook, whatever, Twitter. All of those community sites, if you put them all together, they'd probably only make about 20% of the active community. Think of it this way. Those investors didn't put $65 million for the marketing and platforming costs in order for CIG to make tens of millions of selling ships and put all the money back into development. Yeah. And those that do get on active Spectrum are often chased off by the sheer toxicity showed by some. I don't even bother posting on Spectrum. I haven't bothered posting on Spectrum for years. I posted once and got ridiculed for my thoughts. Very little discussion was actually had. Like, it's a cesspit. Reddit is equally. Reddit is a little bit better because it has the auto moderating tool of downvotes go down. So people who are making shitty takes just end up. But then you have moments like right now where like everyone is angry. So the whole front page is just filled with memes and bullshit. And no one cares. Hey, thanks so much, Spout Stunner. For giving those subs. Especially from the Nubifier. Nubifier is a braver man than I am. He is a braver man than I am. They put that investment into SC Squadron 42 so Star Citizen can make 10 times what they do now on their game package sales. Squadron 42 and microtransactions. Yeah. Am I dropping frames? No, I'm not dropping frames. I dropped some frames on YouTube. About 240. That may be when we started. All right, let's get back to it. Sorry. I wanted to kind of talk about that as well because while I was reading this, I was going to mention that. It's like, I think that's one of the major reasons why people think that Star Citizen's closed development or there's not as transparent because people don't want to read. So they rely on ISC and then like the images and the quick summary features of the roadmap. Paul's internet is icing up. I don't doubt it. He's retired Canadian Armed Forces. He's a veteran. I don't know if he's a combat veteran. I think he's a combat veteran of tanks. Spectrum ain't gonna scare him. Long time listener, first time caller. When are we doing the Info Runners episode this week's dumpster fire? Tomorrow, if you want to. I'm iced in all week, so I can do it tomorrow. But the community is not going to like my take on it. Yeah, Spectrum is becoming a highly toxic, highly moderated echo chamber. The one advantage that Reddit has is that it's not as highly moderated, so it's more self-moderated. The one thing I do hate about the take that is I constantly hear is that CIG is blaming the developer or blaming the community for delays. It's like, they're not. That's just a really bad take that requires reading comprehension. That's not what they're saying at all. They are saying dumb shit like only the community is responsible for why we have to get reduce the release view, and not we also fucked up because we didn't set expectations properly and continued to do shit dumb and not cut things when we should have cut. If CIG had said that alongside that, people would have been more like, yeah, that's kind of right. Because if it's a back and forth, you know? Because that's what the reality. It's like it just wasn't setting expectations properly. Backers were taking leaning too into it. CIG was too reticent to cut things. Then just cut it down to just the first month out. The next patch. Focus on that because that's less likely to shift. People will be less angry when because there'll be less shifting, and everything else is going to be put on the progress tracker. So if shit moves, if shit's being worked on, you can see it being worked on the progress tracker. That's a better like. That's a simple take to what it's doing, but no, we're talking about more like on info runners. People are not gonna like my take. That's my take too, Mount Stunner. Buy the Endeavor. The Endeavor is the best ship of the game. One of us. All right, let's move it on. I keep getting distracted. The Cult of the Endeavor. In January, vehicle features finalized the GravLev update. The release of the GravLev rework last year was very successful, but there were still some issues we wanted to work on. The most significant being issues that bikes jumping around and moving wildly when players got off. This was due to a sampling rate issue, with harmonic motion only occurring on the server due to its frame rate. Fixing it proved quite challenging and required us to refactor some parts of the new GravLev code. This was completed in early January, and the fix, along with others, will come with Alpha 3.16.1 patch, Vehicle Features team. It's also important to remember when we're reading this, is that this is already mostly a month old when you're reading this. Like, this was done, a lot of this information was compiled the last couple of weeks of January. So we're in the first week of February, so this is like 3 weeks old at worst, maybe like a week old at best. So it's just why there's, like right now, you're seeing a lot of crossover from the roadmap update and this, because a lot of them are talking about the same things, which also verifies, at least internally, that CIG is working on some of these things. Alongside GravLev, the team worked on additional goals, including jump points, restricted areas, and the transit system refactor. That's big. I talked with Noodle about this earlier today. Noodle mentioned like the transit system is a fucking mess because since, was it Christian? I forgot who left. Somebody left CIG. Was it Jerry? I forgot who left. Someone left in CIG who was working on the transit system, and they left to go to another team or to another company. And since then, they've really not replaced them at all. So it's good that they did that. Whew. I'm just going to turn chat off for Star Citizen Live. It's not even worth it. Though, like, in reality, Gingy, I am seeing very few people come out like super salty on Twitch. I've seen some people with critical takes on Twitch, but I have not seen tons of people being super salt mine overload. The people who are having those takes are mostly people on Spectrum and Reddit, and even Reddit is kind of a mixed bag between people being like, I'm tired of the bitching, and people being like, everything is dying. You seen someone on YouTube? Under their own stream stuff, I haven't seen many. I've seen some people taking the piss out of them, but not like super angry. Like the coffee meme is great. Yeah, I think if you take away the comment that comment on like the community, this is the community's fault kind of concept. I think most people would be okay with what they have. I think Morphologist I know isn't. But I personally don't see a difference. I see it as setting expectations properly. And if people are going to get less hyped, they get less hyped. But I think people will be more excited about when things show up in the roadmap rather than when they get removed. I'd love to see Lat Coordinates and Planets, yeah. Just something that I can tell people that I'm at 4532. You know, someone can just be looking on the map and be like 4532, gotcha. You know. That'd be cool, though. I'm almost done, though. We're coming up to the end. That said, there's some real gems in the progress tracker. There's some really good stuff on this monthly report, too. Engineering gameplay is started to work on it, and life support are both getting their passes, their first look-ends. So we got some good shit coming down the pipeline for that, which, again, not probably in the next couple of patches, but at least by the end of the year. Tanoa says, let's go have a cup of coffee in SCL. I feel bad for the guy for the AI team who built the coffee, because the coffee vendor, they even said in this monthly report, the coffee vendor is just a refactor of the bartender. They built them specifically so that they could test new bartender features, and they're just like, hey, it's done, let's put it in the game. That's basically what they did. And it's like, now their entire work is a joke because it just dropped at the wrong time. Today's your first day of playing Star Citizen? I promise it's not this bad. Did you enjoy it at least, or did you enjoy the bugs? Oh my god, 3 things got cut all by the toilet paper and beans. And beans, it's all apocalypse. There's nothing good coming down the line? I disagree, Very Violent. There's lots of good things coming down the line. Salvage still hasn't been cut. Life support's not on the release view, but it is like, it's on the monthly report. It's not in the progress. It might be in the progress tracker, but it's on the release. It's on the monthly report. God, salvage, I get it. Oh my god. Are you waiting for 317 just so you could sell all of your pre-bought heal guns unknown? You bought 92 heal guns. I think that's a very pessimistic view based off of the last year we've had there, Violent. That maybe more sales. We've had lots of cool stuff that's been added in the last year or so, and there's a lot of stuff. The refueling is coming in 317. As is selling stuff to the shops. Those are both pretty cool. New ships coming in, which are nice. DNA overhauls, cool. Coffee's coming in. How can you not like coffee? Salvage is still on the roadmap. So is the rework of cargo. All that stuff's still there. What choice do I have? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know because you're just there now. Life is on the progress tracker. There we go. It's on the progress tracker, and it's now also on the monthly report, so it means it's getting started. I actually don't drink coffee, but now you can drink it in game. I get pessimism is also a way of defending yourself against being disappointed, which I get as well. Part of my concern is more that how they pushing pledge stuff. Now events and specials are on the best ships. Make them available in game now. Are they available in game? What's being sold that's not available in game? Pretty much everything's available in game except for the most recent stuff. Give the pizza, Jared. You owe us, Jared. Thought Jake said there was T2. There might be. The fact that the top 3 ships were behind a paywall. Which ones? The top one was a Gladius, wasn't it? Gladius is not behind a paywall. You can buy a Gladius in game. The Ares was released that patch, and the A2 was released that patch as well. Or was it not? Was it Redeemer then Gladius? Well, the Redeemer was released that patch, though. Like the jump time patch. Maybe I'm doing this. Maybe I'm complete. I'm on that. But I am also of the opinion that I think that every ship that goes into Star Citizen needs to be available in game the first time it's there. At least for rentals. Makes no sense not to blockade a new ship just to only people who purchase it with cash. It's dumb. Just put it in the game. Well, nothing that comes in the... If something comes in the patch, it was released, it's not purchasable in game. I think the 400 is available. Though I could be wrong on that one. I haven't checked to purchasing anything. But the Ion, the Inferno, and the Redeemer all came in, and the A2 all came in the same patch, if I remember so. 400 I can't be purchased yet? Okay. Yeah, it was Redeemer, Gladius, A2, then Inferno, then Vanguard, Sentinel. And you can buy the Sentinel and the Gladius in game. I think he's just making a point that that these were some of the best ships for this event, yet you couldn't even purchase it in game. You had to purchase it through cash. Feels sleazy and slimy. And I agree. There's no reason that people purchasing it with actual cash should get preference over people who can earn it in game. At least free rentals would be nice. Especially since if you're going to be selling them, the best way of making people purchase stuff is to be able to try it before you buy it. So if you made it free to everybody, or if, to try, or if you could rent it for, in game, people would be much more keen to buy it buy it IRL. CAG already does that with Free Fly. Like, that's the whole concept of Free Fly, is that you play the game for free and you enjoy it enough, you buy the game. They know it works. So I don't know why they wouldn't think that that's that kind of stuff. Jaybird, thanks. Have a good night. Quarter is fair. I don't like it, but that's just me. You're working way up to 890 jump. You have high goals there for a brand new player. You have trouble with flying and you want to fly an 890 jump? My man. Welcome to that ladder. All right. They also improved the EU, supported the EU PU team with their work on resource networks, exploring how to integrate the systems into vehicles to improve how power, heat, fuel, and other resources work. I was like, we're almost done. No, we're not. No, we're not. All right. Enough side talk. We're gonna get through this. All right, graphics and VFX programming team continue to work on shaders with various improvements to screen space reflections, resulting in much sharper and stable reflections with softer fall off where they can't be calculated. They also cleaned up the volumetric lighting shader for water and continue to iterate on the new wear shaders with the various art teams. For render to texture, RTT, fixes were implemented to async creation/deletion relating to streaming and reference counting. For Gen 12, the team fixed multiple issues, including particles not being visible and various cube map problems. They added support for particle GPU refactor and split render passes to inject another pass, began testing Gen 12 shadows, and investigated issues with RTT in Gen 12. They also began converting the game's post-effects system and GeForce effect. For Vulkan, the team looked at validation, regression issues, and investigated spec for Vulkan 1.3. The VFX team focused on damage map work, code interference support for the weapons team, and made a start on the CPU damage map. They also continued with the fire hazard feature, investigating issues with fire igniter not working and fixing issues with resetting fire. It feels like CIG is trying to go full fucking, like, Far Cry 2 on this shit. RGT is render to texture, yeah. Is this called doom scrolling? I don't know. I don't think it's an attitude problem, Kohim. I think it's more of they're trying to balance. Star Citizen backers are. I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyways. A lot of Star Citizen backers are very. What's the word for it? Entitled? Very much I pay, very Karen, and sometimes there are many Karens in the Star Citizen community like that, and in some cases it's legitimate, but a lot of it is like I've heard people legitimately say that they paid for the game, they expect to experience every single aspect of the game on their own terms, which is absolutely ludicrous. The idea that you should be able to go into the most dangerous areas in Star Citizen and build bases without any molestation is absolutely stupid. That's not how Star Citizen was designed. You know, people are like, I don't want to have to play PvP or with other people. I want to be alone. And I was promised that. It's like, you were never promised that. That's not how this game works. So there are some people with some bonkers concepts. And so when CIG does something like, hey, we're going to keep it for backers for a patch or so, is more of a way of saying, thank you for paying for this, but also we don't want to see the absolute shitstorm that would be kicked up if we allowed the plebs to buy it in game. So it's that kind of stuff. Think comic book guy from The Simpsons, yeah. Hey, Del. So, like, when I say that, I don't mean like every backer is, well, yeah, just take it out of context. It's going to happen anyways. Every backer is entitled, whiny babies. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there are definitely people in the Star Citizen community who CIG is afraid of pissing off. Yeah. We are your boss, though you know where I am. Yeah. Damn it, Fair Salt. You know what I mean by that. It's a traditional way. I agree with you that they shouldn't worry about those people. They don't give a shit about like the rest of us. What the fuck should they give a shit about space dads? All right, lighting team began this year making headway into performance optimizations planned for all landing zones. This time they focused on the main domes of New Babbage, simplifying lighting cycles where possible. That is a very short monthly report. Also, look at this baby. Look at this. You know what this is? This is a reclaimer wreck. This is a reclaimer wreck. That's not a rock. That's a reclaimer wreck. So remember when you saw those, like, was it last ISC? Yeah, last ISC. They showed off all the different wrecks they were doing, and they said, oh yeah, this is the concept art for the reclaimer. It's in the game. It's in the fucking game. The origin ships confuse me. I don't understand their purpose. They're shiny, expensive, and basically yacht weather. Yeah, they are. Because there's going to be in-game missions where you're supposed to escort VIPs and they will not fucking take anything but a yacht. That's what they're purpose for. They're also purpose for being a giant fucking waste of money. But they're intentional. Just like regular yachts. It's all about flexing that e-penis. Where's the Rex we want? The 890 jump. Only you want the Rex of 890 jump because you hate all Origin ships that execute. Mojo, well, good morning. In Lagarda, our flight was delayed due to weather. One guy comes up, stomping up at the gate, slams his briefcase down, and says, "Get your manager right now. Do you know who I am?" The gate agent picked up the phone, made an announcement. "Excuse me, does anyone help this poor fellow? He doesn't know who he is. Does anyone know who he can help claim him?" Oh, God. Oh, God, that's hilarious. Do you know who I am? I don't know who you are, sir. Do you know who you are? I do want to ask you something. The Ark style ship, the one that tried to reach other stars. Oh, the Artemis. Yeah. Without a jump point. Could we get an episode on that? Not a lot of info on it. Yeah, I'm going to do one. I'm doing the next episode's on the Imperators, the new Imperators, which I'm finishing up on. That should be released tomorrow. And that's probably going to be the one I'm going to do after this is the story of the Artemis. The fate of the Artemis. But I'm also starting a long-running series, which is going to take about between 20 minutes and an hour per episode, which is a complete history of the UEE from early origins, complete history of Star Citizen from early origins to today in episodic series format. What are you looking at right now? This is the monthly report. I'll give you a link. Hold on. Oop. What do you think they can implement still without server meshing? They can do a lot, like like a full breakdown of bounty hunter mechanics. As long as they get persistence up, they can also do salvaging and cargo refactor, like the cargo stuff. They can do subsumption, and basically once they get persistence online, it's effectively done. The server meshing thing just allows them to scale it. Tinfoil hat episode. I'm not talking about my tinfoil hat theory that Synth World is actually a place where AI development's going on, but that is my theory. I think the real secret behind Synth World is that they're using it as a place where they can develop AI, illegal AI, and it's funded by the UEE, which is why no one wants to talk about it. All right. Locations. Montreal-based locations team started in 2022, polishing and debugging the derelict crash sites. We want to thank the community for the comments and feedback given through the Easter Council, Spectrum, Reddit, Twitch, etc. during the PTU. Oh, you poor summer children. Oh my God. This allowed us to tweak the crash sites in various ways, making the loot box more visible, doing lighting passes so navigation's easier at night, revisiting loot box content. Ammo should now be the same as the gun offered in loot box, and there should be more scopes and muzzles spawning. Fixing some layout issues where some would get stuck, generally adding the laser mines to the various sites. Locations team. They also wrapped up their work on upcoming hospital locations. This involved putting finishing touches to the Maria Pure of Heart Hospital in Lorville, adding variations to space clinics, and finishing the Lesky Clinic so it's ready to ship once its location is available. Part of the team has since moved on to pre-production on proof of concept for Derelict's V2. Nice. Which is what this is right here. Derelict V2. Montreal Tools team. Montreal's tool team completed their Mighty Bridge tool. Mighty Bridge tool. Are we getting bridges? Which is the integration of the Houdini into the editor. This allows for various teams to use Houdini to create new tools that will help content creation across development. For example, the tools team is using it to develop the procedural locations creation tool, along with developing solutions that will be used for derelicts and other locations. The team also integrated workflow improvements to RoboHeis, a tool used to facilitate more stable development builds, and editor toolbar used by the designers. Nice, nice. If you publicize your tinfoil episode, at least get the writers cackling. I will at some point. Can we just have you read the entire book of lore, start to the end, the audiobook? I don't care if you have to sell it. Both won't need it. That's what Rescues. That's what I'm going to be doing. That's essentially what I'm doing. Is I'm taking everything that CIG has done in various locations, and then placing it together into a linear timeline, and starting from the beginning and working my way through it. So each episode is going to be over a different era. It may so the episodes could be anywhere between 20 minutes and an hour long, probably more like an hour long. They're going to be much more me reading with some text over it or some images over it, and more focusing on the content rather than like any of the images on screen. So yeah, that's I'm gonna do it because people have been asking for shit like that, and so it's going to be a long-term project that may take me as long as CIG takes to make the fucking game. To give you a context, so all those jokes about Star Citizen finish the fight 2042. I'll see you when I'm 70. All right, narrative. Board Gamer Stream has a series about the manufacturers. It's really good and recent. Yeah. Board Gamer does a cool thing. He does. Would you like to know more? But it's mostly just reading the what's publicly available. But it's a good one to get started to. I'm never that. What a meanie? What do you mean, what a meanie? Joking about how long it's going to take Star Citizen to come out? It's more of a joke. But it's going to take me a long time to get that done. Even if I do it once a month, that's... Fuck. Guesstimate 7 years. If we did 12 episodes a month, 12 episodes a year... 4 to 7 years. It's good stuff though, yeah. Yeah, no, they've done it before. They've just changed the lore and stuff I've already done. Yeah, we're definitely doing the one on the Fate of the Artemis. I'm just talking about a project that I'm doing, which is going to be the entire history of the Star Citizen universe in linear timeline format. Because I hate myself. Narrative started, speaking of timeline, Narrative started this year working on scripts for the new mission type in anticipation of the upcoming motion capture session. They also worked closely with the design on a new dynamic event, walking through the dialogue and what would trigger each line. Once complete, they drafted scripts for events' various characters. The team also recorded the new announcement sets to improve the ambient life across several upcoming locations. Additional lore was required for Lorville's environment set dressing too. Elsewhere, the team continued to support design with the text for various game items. New lore dispatches were published, including Traveler's Day themed Something Every Tuesday and Empire Report dealing a shakeup within the Addison administration. They also planned the 2022's dispatch and jump point content. Systematic services and tools. The SST started this year working on several internal tools, including a visualizer for certain parts of the simulation. Work was done to make older internal tools easier to access through copy build. I'm losing my voice, so I gotta keep through this. And development automation and scheduling for dynamic events began. They'll be used when the manual activation isn't appropriate. They're actually making the dynamic events dynamic. Okay, that's good to hear. Development on certain services from last year was completed, while direct connection work was done to help alleviate certain bottlenecks in the back end. Support for selling features still underway, with SST working closely with gameplay teams on the final elements. Tech Animation. Tech Animation spent January addressing long-standing issues and upgraded all team members to the latest version of Maya. This transition created some complications with the source files, which were addressed. The team has had the mandate of batch upgrading all Maya animations. Around 41,000 legacy character sets were the root cause of some bad animation parsing on file load, so these were dealt with at the same time. Our animation repository is now the best state it's been in a long time, and our users have moved over to the new software with minimal problems. Tech animation team. We're almost done. I think we've got like 2 more. Yeah, 3 more. Hey, Raven, thanks for the raid. Return of dynamic 30Ks. God, I hope not. Also, where's your Patreon? It should be in the linked in the description. So if you're looking at this on YouTube, it should be in the description. It's not. Okay, let me change that real quick. I don't know why my Patreon isn't here. Fix it real quick. I usually put it in all my videos. In all my lore videos. Boom. Updated it. Should be updated now. Saw some of your VODs. Great game, man. Is it free to play? No, not free to play yet. There are some elements of free to play, or there are some weekends that do free to play, and there is one coming up in 2 weeks where you can play for free. February 17th, I believe. So you can try it then, but it's $45. Rating and running. Hope you had a great stream. Thank you, Raven. Have a good night. Should be up there now. Yeah, there's also a new dynamic event that they're working on, so which is cool. I hope to see what it is. The stream? This is the link. I don't have anything there. It's on Discord or on the YouTube. Good morning from Journey. Thank you so much for that. 2 months there, Skarklin. I've been streaming so long, it's the morning for Germany. Yeah, 7 a.m. Oof. The game isn't on Steam, no. No, it's not on Steam. They use it through their own website. If you hit !fly now in my chat on Twitch, you'll see a link to all the stuff you need to get to. Yep. And it also has my referral code if you want to get the game. But I definitely do some research on it and then kind of go from there. Because it requires a pretty beefy rig. UI in January, the UI feature and tech team supported the release of Alpha 3.16.1 and Xenotech by addressing bugs, crashes, and performance issues. They also started transferring ownership for some UI features into the Squadron 42 feature team to fast-track their development. For refueling gameplay, polishing was done for the MISC Starfarer screens, which is mwah, and support was given to the EUPU team to address any outstanding issues. Work on the new star map continued with... Work on the new star map continued with progress made on concepts, prototypes, and core technology. Team continued building the core systems for the new AR markers while working on icons for various marker types and states. We're getting new AR content. Nice. Like many other teams, they continued to update features to support persistent streaming and worked closely with the persistent tech team to ensure they were on schedule. Very good. Is it PvP? Yes. Jace. Why do you want to come on and try to troll me, Jace? Can the damn UI team fix the prospector's lack of contrast and mining laser? It doesn't reflect well on their skill. You could just say, I want to say hi. You don't have to say, hey, I'm brand new, because I assume there's people who come in who don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah, but it's fucking Friday. It's more fun. Just come in now, Jace, you just got to come in every time and ask that. And we'll walk through the whole thing and see if I remember, if my old brain will remember. This is another thing. The AR markers is cool. Because for those, AR markers are like the HUDs. Like if you see like a waypoint or something like that. So they're reworking that, which is good. Memory training, thank you. Keep me away from the Alzheimer's. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Whenever someone asks me about Star Citizen, I say Sea of Thieves and Tarkov had a baby. Yeah, it's Sea of Thieves and Tarkov had a nice threesome with Arma. Jank and all. Absolutely no polish. All of the worst parts of those games as well mixed in. Like many other teams, they continue to update features to support persistent streaming and work closely with the persistent tech team to ensure that they were on schedule. UI Tech continued developing additional building blocks features, some of which were used for hacking feature. Additional planning went into pre-production process of the new Building Blocks Editor 2, which involved creating wireframes. Finally, additional concepts for the new MOBA glass. The new MOBA glass and Origin UIs were created and iterated on. UI is pretty busy. That's cool. The star map is important, though. The vehicle tech team worked on bugs for Alpha 3.16.1, including Xenothreat and its new ship content. There's new ship content for Xenothreat? Attention was also given to fixing ship-related quality of life issues in the gameplay experience. In addition, tasks were completed for the upcoming radar and scanning improvements, which will make it easier and more fun to locate and find various entities across space, including receiving better feedback results for the scanner operator. Does that mean I would like to see the return of the patrol mission. I like that. DayZ Citizen. Yeah, DayZ is a good way of putting it for Star Citizen. Where was I? Ooh. Sorry. God, it's midnight here. Finally, Vehicle Tech team made major work on future doors and connected components progressed, which will create a unified system of items that are more easily implemented by designers and artists. This is particularly important as some of our vehicles were created using some legacy systems that don't always work with the concept of the room system or portals. As our ships are essentially flying superstructures of connected rooms and spaces, the need to optimize this system has become quite evident. No one wants a door control panel to become inoperable or get stuck in an entrance elevator. There we go. VFX started the year with a full pass on Consolidated Outland Hover Quad. They also took a look at the opportunity to work on improvements in the wake effects for all hover vehicles. This requires code changes from both VFX and vehicle programming teams. It will be rolled out in a future release. They also continue to work on effects for Salvage Tool, moving into the production phase. The team also cleaned up some of the older particle libraries being used by several locations, such as derelict ships. This included converting several particle effects from CPU to the GPU, which gives performance benefits, but also allows for artists to make visual improvements where necessary. And that's it. God, I feel like I was there the entire time. Arma's contextual menu versus Star Citizen Star Map. Duke it out for the world's most frustrating UI. Yeah. Crew! 21 months. Thank you so much for that Prime, buddy. Yeah, inventory hit. It was it really made this game feel more like DayZ kind of game, which is cool. Yeah. And I know the HyperCon coming in into the store. I had no idea. They said it was going to come in February. I'm guessing during Coramore. The Mother Report is always long. And the fact that I kept stopping and addressing chat and stuff like that is why it took so long. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Fuck. Any highlights from the report? So, engineering, gameplay, and life support are being worked on. They're starting the process. They have a new ship that's in the pipelines that we don't know about, which is totally the bomber that we saw at CitizenCon. The concept bomber. What else do we have? A new dynamic event is in the works. There are two teams working on that. They're trying to make the dynamic events dynamic. The star map is getting worked on. New HUD markers, new MOBA glass. Yeah, engineering gameplay is being started. I love the real taste of coffee. I've been well, Paul. Miss being around the streams, but I have my full set back up running soon. Nice. Good to hear that. I got to get back to streaming the game more frequently. I've been skipping on like Fridays just because I've not been feeling good or been busy, but I don't have any work in the next couple of days because they canceled today because of ice. They canceled tomorrow because of ice, and I took Monday off in anticipation that Friday would be off, so I don't have to go back to work on Monday. So I've got a 5-day weekend, impromptu. And I actually was like, you know what? I should take Friday off. And I'm like, I'm going to take Monday off instead. Because Friday might be canceled. And I made the right call. Did Chris Roberts used to be more visible, like in person? Yes. He was much more visible in person than previous years. About 2020 is when he stopped being more visible. Around when they stopped doing what they used to call the it's like pillar talk. Yeah, pillar talk. They stopped doing the pillar talk, which they released kind of once a month or once every quarter, with every patch about like what they were talking about, what they got done, and that never come out. Pillow talk, yeah. Yeah, I live in Austin, so like I'm not leaving this house until Saturday. Like me in the photo, yeah. You can almost see me or see right through me. We talked about it. Carbon. That's because the first 3 hours was talking about that carbon. I'll give one more kind of, do you have any theory stepped away from the public eye? The scuttlebutt I heard was that the board didn't like him being in the front. This is through like 3 different parties, so I don't know how true this is. It was that the board didn't like him being in front of the camera, in front of the community, because they thought it was more of a liability. Don't know if it's true or not. But I can also imagine that there's a couple of problems. One, Chris has got 2 young daughters. And his wife, obviously, so at least for 2020, it probably wasn't feasible for him to be able to get into a camera unless like camera crews can be around. And then 2021, they're all preparing to move to the UK. So I imagine that also had something to factor in as well. Have a good night, Treesan. Thanks for hanging out. I'm on a board, and the shit they talk about all the time. I totally believe that story. First of all, you said the Borg didn't want in front of the camera. Yes. Everyone tries to escape the UK. Why did they go there? Because they gave him serious tax breaks. Not all of them are. Not all of them. One of the daughters is in TV shows now, so sending the girls are staying stateside. Okay, yeah, I know she's in Doom Patrol. I saw that she got added to Doom Patrol and got all cool. So if you like watching Doom Patrol, one of the Roberts daughters is in Doom Patrol. If you have enough money, the sun actually does shine here now. Yeah, she plays. I don't remember what her role is, but it was a pretty big deal. Salvage the final VFX stage, which means mechanics are somewhere near done. Yes, if they're in the final VFX stage, it means that at least the mechanics are finished. But there's a completely different thing from gameplay. You putting a wreck in front of a player in an empty void and then cutting pieces of that wreck apart is completely different than putting a ship in in the game server and having them do that with 50 other players, especially with mesh coming in. Have you seen the last ISC? I have. It was nice. I liked it. The refueling looks good, and the gosh, I'm blanking on the other one. The other one I don't remember caring about, but oh, the hover quad. Yeah, the one I don't care about. I don't care for the hover quad. It might be nice. I'm just bitter because because it was worked on over the X1. She's Crazy Jane, if I recall correctly. According to Omega, Kay Chalice. Yeah, I'm also salty we're working on over the radio. Very sure. I want my storage on a Dragonfly like they originally said it would have. This new bike has storage. Oh, this new bike has storage? I didn't know that. Ranger, yes. I just say Ranger. Ranger. Is the Robert Roberts hot? She's like 10. God damn, dude. I'm sorry, FBI. You better be sorry. God damn. Fuck. You got an update for maintenance tab? I don't know. We will take everything you wanted and more, but here's a hover quad. The teenage version of K is played by different actors, yeah. So Eddie was a major competitor for your Pub-wise? A pub, yes. How do you feel the coffee vendor? A competitor or just a nuisance? The coffee vendor owes me money. Because he's operating without a license. He actually has a license, but he hasn't paid his protection money. So the second I get baseball bats in game and security and the ability to beat up NPCs, I'm just going to go break the legs of the Area 18 coffee vendor. I'm not cruel. I'm just asking you to pay a license because I am, of course, the leader of the Imperial Bar Owners Association, and if a bar includes any beverage and any place that serves beverages over a bar. Gotta go into stuff. Hold on. Got a weird beep beep, so yeah. It might be me. Yeah, I do that a lot. I try to have beers with people in game and that kind of stuff. I try to be as RP as I can. I've never seen someone backpedal so hard. On the subject, I'm still having fun. Yeah. That's why the bartenders never work for ball. They're holding a work stoppage protest. Just wait till I get my baseball bat, bartenders. Just let that hang for a minute. Sorry, there was something on my phone I wanted to. I gotta end it. We're coming on. This is the longest office hours I've ever done. 5 fucking hours. I just figured that it is. Oh yeah, I get because of how long he's worked on it. These are his daughters from his second marriage. I don't know if he had any kids from his first marriage. As soon as this Officer Zones drops, Paul's going to go crazy in that bar barista. I'm also going to take out my frustrations on the barista because there's no pizza, because the freaking coffee got there before the pizza did. Thank you, Kale. Been quite a while for visiting the channel. Do you plan on doing summer school this year? No, not really. Last year was fine, but like I felt like I did a lot of work for the month and the pay wasn't that good. So have CIG responded to the negativity? If not, do you think they will? I sound bitter about the coffee. Yes, I'm very bitter about the coffee. No pizza? Exactly. Who was it? Has CIG responded to the negativity if you don't think they will? Probably not. The reality is there are two ways of approaching this. One is to keep going, and it can work, but it's kind of like digging your own grave. Sometimes you can dig to China, but not always. And you're most often just digging your own grave so you can, and it kind of end that. Or you could just let it go. Because the reality is people will forget this ever happened in a month. There'll be people who hold on to this. There'll be people who remember this forever. But the reality is the average community won't care in a month. When 3.17 comes out in 2 months or so, people will forget any of this happened. They'll be too busy trying to make coffee memes. If they have NPC schools, colleges in game, they need to loop Galactic Historian holovids and classes in the C in game. Yes, that'd be fine. That's my only issue with Star Citizen. Marketing community management become tone deaf. They need to stand out from the rest of the game industry's tone deafness. I don't think they can become tone deaf. I think it's just they're easy brambles to walk into, There were better ways that CIG could have handled this, but CIG has a long-standing problem where they just do not want to admit they've done anything wrong. I don't know why that's the case, but they have this concept where if they say we fucked up, that they're going to lose of some kind. Where just from a general understanding of human nature, especially of the Star Citizen community, if you said, hey, we messed up, but we're going to move on, people will be a lot more lenient if you admit your own wrongdoing. And it would also, because like the people who are going to get angry about what CIG did will always be angry. Well, CG doesn't have a time to mocap an actor making pizza before they bring it in game. Obviously, they're going to animate the NPC making pizza. Yeah, they're going to have to do the full, like, you're going to have to be able to harvest the wheat, to grind the wheat into flour, and then use the flour and grow all the ingredients. You have to be able to do a full pizza making gameplay loop before they let it in. Help, I'm angry. I don't know why. Maybe Reddit can help. Yeah. The problem is that, like, as much as CIG fucks up, the community is also filled with a lot of drama queens. A lot of people who will use any excuse they can to bitch about everything and anything. And me saying it is one thing. Because fuck Reddit. Like, Reddit is as a whole a place where you either get great discussion or bullshit. It's just reality. Even Redditors hate Reddit. But that doesn't mean that CIG shouldn't improve themselves. There's coffee in that nebula. Yes. I think it's honestly not admitting mistakes in general is a corporate issue, not just CIG. I would agree with that, but I think CIG would get a lot of traction out of it because of the unique nature of CIG. I like reading posts with actual articles and junk. Yeah, there's some cool stuff. Like I like the memes sometimes. And I enjoy some of the kind of the posts, but I'm done with like the whole like concept, like the theory crafting posts on Reddit are just garbage. And the coffee meme is almost like single-handedly just been created by the fucking subreddit, and I approve of that. But yeah, Carbon, you're right. Like the scandals every month on Spectrum. There's people losing their shit about everything. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, he's never seen this before. I'm like, I've seen it every fucking month. Do people forget that like people are angry about everything? Like people got angry about the Ion. People lost their shit about fucking hex codes. Like one creator makes a thing about hex codes, gets banned off of Spectrum because of trying to like post in places they're not supposed to, and then gets in a spat with a mod, gets banned, and then suddenly the entire fucking Spectrum is filled with nothing but hex codes, like talking about hex codes. Like, what the, like, fuck it. Like, I don't take anything seriously like that. People can talk all they want to until they actually start boycotting. And for the third time, I'm going to bring this up before I go to bed. This is what happens with gamers boycott. Let me see if I can find a better one for this. Here it is. I didn't have to say anything. You all know this exists. Yeah, I'll drop it in Discord. This is a higher res version. And if you don't see it, let me blow it up a little for you so you can see it. They're all playing Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Even though the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 did not have dedicated servers. Call me when Invictus comes. If Invictus breaks fucking sales records, I don't give a shit. Like, is this your member list? Yes. This is a famous picture of like why gamer boycotts never work. The only difference this time is this time. In my own, the people are offended this time. Usually just disappointed, a little different than usual. Yeah, but are they? It feels the same. It feels like this is the exact same thing we've seen over and over again. I could be wrong. And again, when I post that, I have no meaning to insult anyone's opinions on Star Citizen or anything else like that. It's not what I'm posting that for. I'm just posting that for like a splash of cold water on people who are super pissed right now. Nothing matters unless you hit them with a wallet. And the reality is I don't think the people who are watching me right now, the people who watch this on YouTube or on Twitch, or the people who are watching this, or people who are posting this on Spectrum or Reddit or wherever people are posting about Star Citizen is probably only 20% of the active community. Probably not even. Just tiny fraction of the people who actually follow and play Star Citizen. There are people who have been showing up to the stream right now being like, what the fuck is the salt about? What the fuck's the title about? People don't give a shit if they're playing the game. Like, that's the reality. Most people play the game. They don't give a shit about the discussions on Spectrum. Anyways, with that being finished, thank you for watching. This is a very long video, and a very long live stream, I should say, and I almost expect that this live stream is going to make me lose subscribers because people are going to get personally offended by what I say. That's the reality. If you enjoyed this, though, and you did like this content and you felt this was valuable for your time and effort, please do subscribe to me on YouTube and follow me on Twitch. Like the video if you're watching this on YouTube. A new video will be out probably about 3 p.m. tomorrow my time, so around 4 p.m. Eastern. I'll try to have the next Galactic Historian video up, and then this Saturday we've got another episode of the Expanse RPG, tabletop RPG we do on Saturdays, which is the Spice Must Roll. If you want to watch the previous episodes, youtube.com/the Spice Must Roll. And then after that, we've got a live Captain's Table, twitch.tv/the Astropub at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. UTC. We're going to be having The Pilot, if his power's on. And we also have Drew Wagner, both of which are former Elite content creators. Drew Wagner himself used to write novels for the Elite Dangerous game for Elite, as help write the lore for Elite. So he's an interesting fellow. He's plays a lot of Star Citizen and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's Drew Wagner. Did I say Wagner? Wager? Wagner? I'm gonna fuck up his name. So we're going to get a little perspective on their experiences. We talked with Elite commanders before and asked for them. I want to get some more perspective from them in terms of like the game that they've played and that kind of stuff. Drew was to ED as grain is to wood. Yeah, I've heard he's pretty close there. You know when to draw the raft, Paul? I was supposed to draw that earlier today. I'm going to draw it right now. I keep forgetting to do that. Let's draw that raft, and then we'll do it right now. All of the drama made me forget that we were supposed to draw that today. All right. And the winner is... McWabbit.
Good news, everyone.
I know McWabbit. McWabbit's been a long time content, like the person who hangs it out here. So I don't know if he's live here. It's very early in the morning for him right now. So I'll message him on Discord and let him know. But next month we're going to be giving away a probably the saber. CIG gave me a saber to give away for the entire for the Lunar Festival, the Lunar New Year Festival. It's a red saber. You see a lot of people have been giving it away. CIG gave it to me. So it's got LTI and it's got the skin, LTI, and a game package. So you'll be able to get that one as well. So the Sith saber. Yeah, the Sith saber. So as I've said, I will see you tomorrow for Xeno Threat. Come join us when we're trying to fight off the Xeno threats. And then we'll do that also on Sunday. And then Monday, I'm going to get started with a painting stream exclusive to YouTube. And then I'm going to go to a stream playing some Star Citizen. And then hopefully a stream playing the Nebulous Space Fleet Command. The game that I showed off earlier, which is like... Expanse style meets like gameplay meets homeworld sort of thing. So I've been playing Xenothreat. I just earned yes. Am I going to paint in a Redeemer? No. Yeah, I showed off this stream earlier and a bunch of people were interested. So thank you all. Hey, yeah, I'll have to get going to sleep pretty soon. All right, I'm going to say this one more time because I think there's oh, thank you for the relationships and subscribe. No problem, AJ. I'll say this one more time before I go to bed for Space Shorts. No, CIG basically has said that their priority is Squadron 42 first, meaning anything that goes into Squadron 42 will then, anything that's going to Star Citizen will go into Squadron 42 first and then go to Star Citizen. That's what they said. Doesn't mean that it goes into Squadron 42 and it doesn't come out. It just means it comes in second. Which is why the things that were cut from the roadmap were cut from the roadmap. Not because they were cut. They're actually just waiting to see where they'll fall. They're already finished for Squadron. So where they end up in Star Citizen is unsure, either 317 or 318. I think a lot of people are confused by that. But anyways, I'm going to bed. Thank you all. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. And remember, Ex Historia ad Astra.